Do do do. Okay. To be continued.
lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
3.
What the fuck?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Delicious things to eat.
He's gonna be at the Big Sandy thing until like 5 o'clock, and then he's flying or he's driving back to Phoenix, and then he'll fly back to Texas. But I don't think he's flying back to Finland for a while still. I feel like somebody punched me in the back with a ball peen hammer right in the shoulder. It's killed me. Driving, what the fuck? They said they would try to go live from the shooting if their internet works up there. I don't know how they pinch a nerve underneath your like shoulder blade. That's not possible. I figure it's the cancer. Probably shoulder cancer spreading into elbow cancer, rib cancer. It only hurts if I move or if I breathe. Otherwise, it's fine. If I just sit here perfectly still, it's fine. pull-ups crazy? I don't know. Hmm. Ow. I did feel a little bit better when I stretched it. But that's just because I ripped the cancer apart from the little glob it was in and then ripped it into pieces. But now those pieces are out replicating. So it was probably a bad move. I have no idea what kind of massage parlors there are in town. My one friend goes and gets massages all the time, but like at the mall, not like from prostitutes. He thinks it's great, but I don't like the idea. I feel like there's enough chicks that want to rub on me for nothing. I gotta pay some chick. Maybe if they paid me, I might consider it as a source of income. Hang out at a mall and let chicks rub on you for money.
Hope you're all doing well today as always. And today we've got something new, and new enough that it's not quite out on the shelves yet, at least at the time of filming this video for you all. It is from Hogue Grips out of Nevada, and it's their 15-degree vertical polymer grip for air.
I didn't know Hogue was in Nevada. Now I don't like them even more. And I don't like the angle on that grip. You like the angle on that thing, Rick?
15 platform, and it's basically designed around being used with the pistols and SBRs and so forth, and also designed to kind of help with the angle of using a SIG brace, for example. And this one is very lightweight. It is, like I said, polymer, but it's not the typical rubber overmolded grips that you see from Hogue. This one's basically a hard plastic or hard polymer, and it's lightweight. Comes in at about 1.6 ounces, which is pretty cool. And it's going to come in some different colors. This one happens to be olive drab green, which almost looks black in the right light. It's very, very dark. So I'm actually just going to install it on one of my pistols to kind of show you all how it kind of functions and so forth. Cool thing about this is it's made right here in the U.S., which is awesome because a lot of the plastic components that we see nowadays are being made overseas and so forth. So kind of excited about this. Kind of this cool thing. Check out. Of course, grips are very much one of those things that is personal preference. Everybody has, the things they like and don't like. Like some people like the Hogue grips that have the finger grooves, some people don't. Some people like the design that has the beaver tail, some people don't like the beaver tail. So is what it is. But anyway, let's go ahead and install it and check it out. All right, so there it is. First thought, I want to mention the olive drab green. You can tell it's green now when it's up against the black receiver versus before where it was in the box. Might have been kind of harder to tell. And but not a big deal. I'm actually thinking on this one, change out the handguard to match the olive drab green a little bit more. Maybe use one of Hogue's tubular style handguards on this one. I think it's kind of a cool option to use because I'm kind of not a big fan of the quad rail anymore. Anyhow, the ergonomics. That's kind of the whole premise of this grip. It's a thinner grip, so you can get your hand really around it pretty well. I do like that, especially with the handle platform. I like the angle of it, really, and that's kind of the whole idea, right? I can definitely see where if you want to hold this out in front of you and shoot with it, it gives you a little bit more of a better ergonomic feel to it, and so forth. So anyhow, go check out HogueGrips.com. I'm sure they're going to have some information up on this grip very soon, like all the colors are available and so forth. So stay tuned on that one. And as always, go out and have some fun.
This is probably from shooting Sean's loads. Those powerful loads probably broke my freaking whatever the bones are that are underneath your backbone, your shoulder blade, like the top of my ribs or my scapula or something. I wasn't expecting it. I only shoot 40 and 45. Not used to the big bore. If I could get my right lung to quit expanding all the time, then it wouldn't be so bad. But every time it expands, it hurts. I'll just send him a bill. That's what I'm doing. I'm practicing my like Buddhist monk breathing techniques. I breathe about once every couple of minutes. And then I just breathe really quick. Thinking if I get some of that clear vinyl tube that you use for like fish tanks, I could just snake that down into my other lung and then use some kind of a foot pedal and just inflate that one all the time. I am considering putting a heating pad on my side. I think Rick just linked and ran. No, I haven't tried that yet, but I don't really see how that's going to help me, Moon. So I don't think I'll try that. Knives.
AG. How's your hand doing, man?
My hands are fine. Oh, your hands.
Yours.
No, I got the cancer up underneath my, what do you call that thing? Your shoulder blade. It's like underneath of my shoulder blade.
Oh, hell no, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It might just be broken from shooting Sean's reloads yesterday. Or his loads, I guess. I don't know if they're reloads.
Your whole
They were too
fucking face
powerful.
hurt.
They were too big of a bore. No, it broke my shoulder. Well, the bones inside of my torso. I don't know what those are. Probably my lung bone, the bone that holds your lungs up like a hanger.
Yeah. Does it hurt to breathe?
Well, it's easy to breathe. It just hurts like a fucker every time I do it.
Yeah, I had that before when I shot that double barrel one. I didn't put it in the right place. Put some Bengay on it or something like that. Icy hot.
That's what Moon's trying to get me to do. They should sponsor old people shooters. It could be like, I use this kind of lube, and I use this kind of cleaner, and I use this kind of like muscle relaxant after I get all sore from shooting.
It's too much of America for you?
No, it's probably just from having to deal with Bob so much. I'm gonna blame him. His shenanigans gives me thorax cancer.
Hey man, don't say that about cancer, man. Don't do it. You fucking bruised.
It hurt a lot yesterday, and then I slept. I figured it would go away, but it didn't. Probably shouldn't have slept on top of a golf ball.
Is that what happened?
No, that's what it feels like. Yeah, it feels like if you fell down on like a doorknob, like on your shoulder, like it, I don't know, fucking hurts like if there's an injury, but there's no injury. Shit, there's really shoulder blade cancer. I don't think you feel cancer though. It just sneaks up and kills you, don't it?
Yeah, you don't feel it.
I can't figure out how it would be from driving. It's not like I haven't driven before. I didn't do anything weird with my arm. Maybe from crawling around underneath the car, but that was like a week ago. I don't know. That's the sucks about getting old. You just like hurt out of nowhere for no reason. But it's not quite crippling. It's like 3 or 4 degrees below crippling. It's just constantly there. It's annoying.
Do your bones hurt when it gets cold?
No. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I got that shit on my knees and my fucking shoulders.
Yeah. Like what Moon down there. Did you already have that?
Now I used to be a butcher. I used to go in the outside of the kitchen and then go inside the walk-in, back and forth all day.
No, Moon posted a picture with his Bengay. Ow. Ow. I don't know where I'd rub it. I'd have to rub it everywhere from like my whole quarter of my torso. That's about like a big jar of it. Oh. And then it would just hurt your skin, I think.
All that icy hot.
Yeah, we used to do that when we were in the army, and it fucking just made your skin hot. It didn't like, I don't know. I really feel like I don't remember it hurting my muscles or my sores. Well, it's 10 o'clock. I would think if Bob was able to broadcast from up there, he'd be doing it. I think it started at 9.
Hey, is Bob still in Arizona?
Yeah, they're at Big Sandy right now.
Oh, shit. Oh, isn't Catch a Bay up there too?
Yeah. He'll be there most of the day still, I think. When I breathed in through my nose, it didn't hurt so bad. I'm going to start doing that more. Maybe it's going away. Yeah, but it says reserve not met yet.
For the patch?
No, Bama posted a thing about this 1911 that, let's see, I guess it sold successfully for 1,300, but now it's at 3,500. But yeah, that does mean somebody's willing to pay 3,500 for it right now, even though they have to pay another $26 to get it. I don't know why these people follow you on Instagram. Well, I guess they follow you because they want to watch your shit. But they're blocked. Like, they don't allow people to follow their shit. Oh, thanks for that. I don't know if those patches are sold out, are they? Doesn't look like it. 3 days. I figured people would want glow in the dark. I guess I am not good at figuring that shit out.
Yeah, I missed out on that one.
Definitely ain't no interest in glow in the darks.
That's 18 units of Bengay menthol wholesale in bulk, $128.34.
What?
18 units of Bengay menthol, wholesale in bulk. Go tube.
Just fill up a hot tub with it and hang out in it.
I guess so. And what old people do? Just squirt them all in.
Should turn my ears on.
Sean's at the racetrack.
I can get the cinema here.
We can hear you.
What's going on, guys? What's up?
You got your shooting.
Yeah, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Over here.
Is it shooting or is that really a racetrack?
The racetrack today.
Don't shoot there.
I've got a friend who's got a car out here. Can't shoot today because the waiting lines are diabolical.
Thanks for throwing the link out there.
What kind of cars are they racing there?
They are running E36 BMWs, modified.
I don't know what that
Here's
is.
modified. It's a mid to late 90s 3 Series. I've got the one that comes out right after it. What's that?
Like a NASCAR?
This is like touring cars, like you would see in Europe, where they take like a factory car, you know, they do up the brakes and suspension, downforce, strip out the interior, that kind of thing. This guy, they're in first place right now, actually. They've been running since 9 o'clock in the morning.
Are these kind of cars that you can go drive on the street, or they're just race cars?
They're, some of these, they can probably still drive on the street, but a lot of them have been stripped down so much where they're not legal anymore. Like this guy's car here, it's pretty much street legal. It's still got everything it needs to pass an inspection, but there's a couple of cars. There's a Celica out here. There's like nothing in it. And it would never pass a day in its life on the street. Yeah, but they're running good. I mean, it's going to go on for another 4 hours. They've been out here for 4 hours. They've got like a 20-something lap lead. So. It's sort of like Le Mans. My earbud thing just crapped out. Bluetooth is shit. I'm sitting right next to the goddamn phone. It doesn't work. It's crap.
Nobody's really saying anything. Everybody's just sitting in here.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Maggie?
No, Maggie's in here. What are you looking at? Are you at work? It's hard to tell if that's the noise from Sean at the racetrack or if it's from Knives on the corner selling oranges.
Is Sean at the Big Sandy of auto races?
I think so. Except I bet you if he shoots an M60, everybody freak out.
Oh, Sean's at a race, eh? That's fun.
Racetrack. It's a Democratic commute. Just goes in circles.
So what is everyone else up to today?
Shot one of his reloads and it broke my insides of my body. Hurts every time I breathe now.
Wait. Somewhere quieter. I wanna hear- What happened?
Jimmy had those
You gotta
reloads
report
out there. So he's like, here, shoot one of these ones with the blue primer. It'll be funny. And now my insides hurt every time I breathe. I can't even. Did it on purpose, so I'll talk to my lawyer. Get this
You didn't
figured.
shoot the blue one, did you?
Yeah.
I hope you got that on camera. I want to see that.
I'm just happy everyone has their hands after shooting Sean's reloads.
Hey, I
Oh,
shot
no.
28.
It's got a bunch of training pants on it. It's all like spongy rubber training pants on it. So you can shoot anything. It's easy to shoot. Suppose it weighs like 1,000 pounds. It's like solid stainless steel or something.
I think I should speed up. Everyone's passing me. I don't like when everyone's passing me. I don't mind if a couple cars pass me, because then they'll go draw the cops out. But when everyone's doing it, I must be going too slow.
Let me tell you about this massive fucking wreck I had seen yesterday. Well, I didn't see it, but I got stopped in it. Did you hear that story?
No.
Like, you ever been in a highway? Well, it happens out here all the time when they go down to 2 lanes, especially between Phoenix and Tucson, where everybody's going like 75 miles an hour, but you're like feet of each other. Like, there's no room for nothing. You ever been in that kind of traffic? Or I guess it's traffic. I don't know what's called traffic when you're all moving at 75. Anyway,
Yeah, you're in like a little pack.
No, like the whole road. Like, it's for as far as you can see, just tail lights and shit. Like, they need to put 3 lanes in back and forth. But anyway, so it's not too bad when everything's moving. It's a little bit, you don't think about it, I guess, how dangerous it is. Anyway, I've had accidents where, okay, all the brake lights start coming on and everybody stops, and then now you're sitting there almost. But this was like, everybody's going 75, and then all brakes went on at the same time. So like wrecks were happening while people were braking, because it was, not everybody brakes at the same speed, and we're all like 3 feet of each other. Anyway, it's pretty fucking hairy. Then we're out of dead stop. Like, not just like, oh, there's traffic and everybody's gaping at the wreck or whatever, but like, it took out the whole interstate. So everybody's just stopped dead. And then I don't even know where cars are shifting, because they weren't letting anybody through. It was still a wreck. Like, the whole road was blocked off. We were just in a parking lot. But I guess enough people were peeling off to the side to make, there was a little bit of movement. So I seen all these people hauling ass down the shoulder on the right side, and I'm on the left lane. So I get over to the right side, I see there's an exit up there. I'm like, fuck it, I'm not going to sit in a parking lot. I'll just go off to the exit. And as I'm driving the exit ramp, I can see that the wreck is just right underneath the bridge. So I'm like, fuck this. I just drove up, through the intersection out the on-ramp, and I'm back on the highway. But then on the on-ramp, I could see the accident, and it was fucking horrible. It was like car upside down, 2 cars on its side, I think. Like 8 people with like paramedics working on them. So, yeah. And it's like watching one of them films when you're in driver's ed, except in real life, like kind of a wake me up, like, oh shit.
I seen one of those under an overpass before. I was riding my motorcycle over the overpass, and on the right side of the freeway was backed up bumper to bumper for miles. On the left side of the freeway, there was a car on its roof and a couple of cops. It was just really weird to look one side and then the other side, and the other side was completely empty except for this one car on its roof. And I don't know why that happens at those overpasses.
Yeah, there was one time I was coming back from Indiana, and it was pretty late at night, and it was just almost coming to a dead stop. And I'm like, this isn't right. Like, there shouldn't be this much traffic. So I popped on Google Maps real quick, and I saw that the accident was only like a mile ahead. And I was coming up kind of like UG-Webs. There was an exit like right there. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to hit the exit. So I hit the exit. I end up going like east a mile, north a mile, and then back west a mile to get back on the road or back on the highway. But I'm driving through freaking like cornfields in like a 1.5-lane road. Like, it wasn't even 2 lanes worth. And I'm like, is this like a private road or something? I mean, my Google Maps said this is a road, but I'm seriously like driving through cornfields. The corn's taller than my roof. But luckily I was able to avoid that accident like that. And I had left the same time that my boss had left. We had drove separate because we came down on different days. And from what I heard from him, like, I got home at, I forget, like 3 in the morning or something. He got home at like 5 in the morning.
Well, this wasn't like anything, even like I said, this was just like right under the bridge. So if he took the exit ramp and then got back on, I'm surprised they didn't. Well, I guess enough. All the cops were still reacting to, the injuries and stuff. But I'm sure that's all they ended up doing is just sending the highway up the exit ramp and back on the entrance ramp.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that before, and they've even, especially if it's a fatality, because they'll shut the thing down to,
Do
check
all
all the skid marks and all the stuff.
And that's the thing. They probably need to move all them cars to see where the skid.
Right. So I've been in that situation where, like, I came up and stopped. It must have just happened or whatever, and then it's a dead stop. So all the cars behind me are going to the exit, but I'm past the exit. Well, finally a cop pulled up and like stopped them, and he was flagging all of us to up or turn around, and so they actually did clear out that whole little area. And it was kind of a similar thing. I think the accident was like under the bridge type of thing. So it wasn't too many cars that were stuck in no man's land. What the hell? I know I'm already in a call. That's why I was fucking talking.
You're still here. My phone will do that. I have to restart my phone if I ever glitch my Hangout because it'll just sit there repeatedly saying I'm already in a call, but I'm not in the call anymore.
Crap, which fucking call is it? It must be this one. Yep. I don't know if you guys heard me muttering or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've been connected.
Yeah, so you were asking what it's called when the highway is full of cars doing 75 miles an hour. That it can be categorized by a concept known as level of service. It's a qualitative measure used to relate the quality of traffic service. Traffic flow, quality levels of traffic based on performance measured like speed, density, etc. So it goes from A through F. A is free flow, B is reasonably free flow, C is stable flow, D is approaching unstable flow. Speeds slightly decrease as traffic volumes slightly increase. Freedom to maneuver within the traffic stream is much more limited, and driver comfort levels decrease. About 8 car length spacing. So yeah, that's probably, and then level of service E is unstable flow, operating at capacity. And so that's basically where the accidents are going to happen. Once you have an accident at level of service E, because there's not enough space between the cars, then you go into F, which is forced or breakdown flow. So it's kind of an interesting concept when you're on the freeway to just notice like what the density and speed is, and how fast, how many car lengths you should have. And I like to kind of keep that in mind when it starts getting really aggro and there's people are just tapping their brake lights for no reason. Like I got to get around those people. I got to put some distance between me and someone who's just causing problems by using their brakes. Yeah,
that's what we had coming back, fucking out of the same place in the highway, really, a little bit north of there. Anyway, it was usually when you come out of Phoenix, you go from like 65 to 75, and then you can just tear out of there. Nobody cares, and all the slow people just get in the right, and everybody hauls ass, and all the fast people are just gone. And all the slow people fart around in Phoenix, I guess. And then it was like that for a minute. And this is nice because that's the last hour or two of the drive, so it's always nice to be able to go fast. And then, same thing, like fucking brake, left lane braking. And I'm like, what the fuck? So instead of being like just sitting there and dealing with it, I was like, fuck this, I want to get home. So I started being one of them dicks who snakes all in and out. But I'm glad I did because I fucking, neither lane was going fast. It was just everybody was fucking around. And I got up there and it was these two fuckers who had like a car in tow, but they didn't have the lights on the back car. so they were freaking the fuck out of everybody. And at night, and it was really dark last night, and because it, you know, you couldn't really see their tail lights because there was a fucking car behind them that they're towing, and there was no lights on that car. So yeah, it was just freaking everybody out. As soon as I passed those two fuckers, then, and they were about a mile apart from each other, of course, because I don't know, they're idiots. And once I got past them, it was super fast again.
Yeah, the people towing shit is a huge pain in the ass. Usually they don't know what they're doing. They got to, I think federal law limits them to 55 miles an hour.
I don't think anybody has experienced what it's like to live like an hour's north of Mexico. There's a shit ton of fucking weird shit going on. Like people will come up here and buy, I don't know, they buy whatever, like restaurant crap, house crap, and then take it to Mexico, I guess, to sell it. And because I'll go to auctions all the time and people will buy freaking truckloads of cool stuff, or not even cool stuff, but just stuff like entire classrooms worth of desks and chalkboards and just stuff like that. And at least I go to school auctions, so that's what I see. Anyway, but I see trucks like this constantly. You know how like the typical stereotype of like third world, like pile everything into the fucking pickup truck and like keep tying it on until it like will just barely fit underneath the bypass or whatever, or highway bridge, and they'll be like going 25 miles an hour down the road. They're always headed south.
Yeah, I mean, I see that stuff north of where you are as well, but probably not as much of it. There's one time I was on the highway and guys, I think they were roofing crew or something, painters or something. They had like 5 or 6 ladders tied on to their truck without a ladder rack with like one piece of twine. And one piece of twine came off, and all their ladders, like these long extension ladders and step ladders, just strewn all across the highway. And I was right kind of behind them, so I just pulled in to the gore point behind them and got out. And luckily, you know, it just happened and people were stopping in lanes. And I helped them drag these huge ladders out of the highway. And I gave them some of my bungee cables too. I was like, you need more, you need load straps. I didn't actually have my load straps in the truck at that time because I had just removed my ladder rack recently and I stored them away. But yeah, that's amazing how people, and they probably use those bungees I gave them to tie down all those ladders and, you know, get to where they're going. But to think you're going to load up all that equipment without proper load straps, like that's totally third world. It was funny too because I was carrying my Glock inside the waistband with the Mick holster at the time, and I just had like a button-down short sleeve shirt on. It was summertime, and I got out of the truck, and the wind just came and just blew that. I didn't have the shirt actually buttoned up; it was just loose, and the shirt like blew open. And here I am out on the freeway with a gun, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" So I turned backwards and then pulled the shirt down, just buttoned up a couple buttons, and so I wasn't going to freak anyone out and freak out these illegals. But yeah, I could tell they barely spoke English, and they were all like, "This guy here to help us or bust us?" You know, they were happy. But I was actually really glad I had the gun at that time because there were like 5 or 6 of them, and at one time they were kind of like surrounding me. It's like, well, you know, I'm glad I stopped to help these guys, but I would be less hesitant to do such a thing if I wasn't armed, because I was alone. But yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, it's a good idea if you see some illegal shit going on or somebody in distress, just get on your cell phone and just dial 911 and, you know, have an earphone in or something and just have a quick conversation with the dispatcher and let them know what's going on, and make sure you give them like an exit number or a mile marker or something like that, because that's, you know, that's what that's what the highway patrol is for. And And I did that recently. I saw some guy, it was early in the morning. Some guy was on the side of the road, like standing between his car and the travel lane, waving his arm in the air. It was just about dawn. I could barely make out what was going on because the light was so dim. And I was like, you know what? I don't trust that guy. And I wasn't carrying at that time. And I was like, I don't want to be bothered. I probably can't help him. He's probably, homeless or on drugs or something. And so I just got on 911 and I just let him know where it was and stranded motorist. That was my good deed for the day.
You think it was a good deed, but really that guy was waving his arms to say, like, hey, the police have been taken over by aliens. Help me get out of here before they get me. And all you did is call him and tell him where he was.
Yeah, it was a really strange looking character. I couldn't even tell if it was man or woman. Again, it was pretty much dark, but it had long hair, like kind of skinny, kind of really tall, and just like this weird, like slow wave up in the air with the open mouth. I'm just like, you know, he could have an emergency, but he should have a cell phone. And if he doesn't have a cell phone, that means he doesn't have much money. He probably just has some car troubles. And I don't, I'm not a good Samaritan. I'm just a helpful citizen. So I thought it was pretty dangerous, actually. That was my main concern. If he had just been like off to the side and, standing, not making a scene, I wouldn't have given it a second thought because I just assume everybody's got a cell phone and they can call for their own help these days. Unless you're in a remote area and you don't have reception. Yeah, he was like right next to the travel lanes. I'm like, this guy's going to get hit by a car. Because, yeah, people pick up their phone, they go onto a live chat, or, they go to Facebook or Instagram while they're driving, and they may swerve off to the side of the road. And that's, there's a lane, a breakdown lane there that accommodates that. And I see it all the time. I see people driving with their phones, talking. The stupid thing is that they hold it up to their ear and talk while they're driving. It's like, can't you just get a headset? Or, how difficult is that? Fucking 2017. I feel bad for people who can't figure this stuff out. Are you looking at motorcycles?
That Indian moped looked pretty good for $650. That'd be kind of cool.
So this is the car we're watching today.
Wait, are you right in front of pit row?
He's with that car there. Friend of theirs.
He's on the pit crew?
Well, no, he's standing up there looking at him. At least if he is on the pit crew, he sucks at it because he's standing way up there.
Well, maybe he's the spotter.
Mm-hmm. No, you would think they would.
As a matter of fact, I am.
He just is in charge of standing up in the bleachers, and if somebody else is starting to win, he calls the cops on him. Hey, this guy's speeding.
Now, if we could only combine this kind of event and Big Sandy, where you drive around on a track and shoot guns out of windows at targets. Why are you looking at motorcycles?
I get bored. I start looking at stuff. Plus, I'm looking
Fans
for
don't
little.
understand motorcycles. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Now I'm looking for little mopeds so I can like fix them.
Yeah, turtles weren't meant to go that fast.
Hell yeah. So I can put my
Look
peaks
at
on.
that. Look at that BMW Police. Just under $3,000, 26.5. It's a sharp looking bike. Look at all that luggage. Those things probably have 100,000 miles on them.
They look the most like Robotech bikes.
It's like it came up quick enough though. What feels slow? Yeah. It's all gone. Everybody.
Is that 26 or 62?
Yeah, 115,000 miles.
Is that a lot?
Well, I guess that's when the police departments decide to sell them.
That's a cop bike? That doesn't look like a cop bike.
Isn't it? It says police.
Oh, a legitimate Beamer. It's kind of funny. A lot of people call the cars Beamers, but they're actually meant for the bike.
I'd get that bike for 1,200 or 2,600 bucks.
Do you think you'll have to regrind the cylinders at some point?
No fucking clue.
That's probably my favorite car out here today. Yeah. You know the saying, slow, smooth, move fast. No, he's consistent. He hits the same spots every time.
Oh, look, there's Bob's electric or motorized bicycle right there. The hell? Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get any machine gun shooting today, does it?
Well, not this time, but then also, who the hell knows what time Bob woke up? I don't know what Mika's like first his sleep schedule. So they didn't come from the morning one, but I imagine at noon it'll start again, and maybe we'll see something then.
That's an hour from now. Or do they start that up after lunch at 1?
No, noon. I think. So, yeah, in an hour.
I feel like when I was there in the fall, they started up at like 12:30 or 12:45. But I could be wrong because I had been driving for like 2 days. And I got there just before. Might have got there at like 11 and then walked up there and was walking around. It was like waiting. And so I might have thought it was noon when it was really 11:30. But yeah, I mean, it's not like clockwork either. It's kind of like, okay, everyone ready? No, okay. check back in 15 minutes.
And if they're having trouble with the explosives and shit, they'll part around forever because they want to be safe or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they have a whole crew that goes out on that hillside in between the shoots, and
but they're also really good at it. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, no, it's just as interesting to watch those guys going out there on their quads and setting up the charges, and thinking like, man, that's not, the terrain is not easy to navigate. They've got little roads and stuff, but they still got to like hike down in between them, and like, wow, a lot of guns pointed at you when you're doing that. Granted, nobody's touching them, but still, you gotta be a little bit frightful if like you got a 150 caliber guns pointing at you while you're doing that shit. So I wonder, they probably don't shoot that many tracers during the day. They probably save all their tracer ammo for the night shoots. Yeah, I don't remember too many tracers during the day shoot. Although you could still see them, isn't that what they're for? For daytime use? You can still see them. Yeah, I saw a deal on tracers. I think Federal sells 223 tracers, and they had a deal at Midway. But yeah, at some point I'd like to stock up on those. There's not that many places you can shoot them. Actually, Big Sandy is the only place that I've ever heard at. And granted, I've only lived in the West, but Big Sandy's the only place I know of that allows you to shoot tracers. Every public range I've been to is always like, no tracer ammunition.
I wonder if this is just from working on the car and it took a couple of days for it to catch up with me or something. Is that something that happens when you get old? Like you don't hurt right away, you hurt later?
Well, that's when you first mentioned it, when you had been underneath your car wrenching around all day. So yeah, it sounds like a repetitive motion stress injury. And if you're just like in one position,
little like, not that it's a fill plug, I guess, for the differential is it's the kind where it's a bolt, I guess, but you stuck a socket into it, right? So it just has a cavity, a square cavity for the socket. It's not like a nut where there's or a bolt or whatever where there's like a shape that your socket fits onto. So you just stub your socket wrench into this thing and then unscrew it, right? And that thing was on there so fucking tight. The fuckers at like Grease Monkey or wherever I take it, like must have jammed that thing on there just to be dicks, try to break it or something. Anyway, that thing, I almost busted a fucking nut trying to, once I was able to get leverage on it, like trying to just get that fucker off. And that could easily be where I like pulled rib muscles or something.
Yeah, what were you using? Just a regular socket wrench?
Yeah, it's just that I had to basically like get up and hump my whole axle to like, I was like hugging it. Like I had one hand coming around one way so that the other hand could come around and like ranch on it. It was pretty dangerous, but I was like, the only thing I could do. I'm like, fuck it. If this thing falls, I'm dead. Like I'm basically underneath my axle up on it. And I had to reach all up, like up inside the car and then back down. And that's the only way I could get leverage enough to pull the fucker, to get the thing loose. And then use my other hand to make sure the wrench didn't fall off and kill me.
Do you have a torque wrench?
Well, a torque wrench is for tightening. This is loosening. But yeah, I got tons of torque wrenches.
How do you have a torque wrench with like a 18-inch bar on it? 18-inch handle?
The way it's just it's all up in there. I didn't have
right. Well, if you had it on a lift, then you could probably use a longer handled torque wrench or breaker bar, whatever. But since you're doing this on the ground, I would use an impact wrench. So that's probably what they put it on with.
No, it's
And
probably like you're saying. They're just standing underneath your car at the grease place. They just you drive your car over a hole, and they just stand up underneath there. So yeah, they probably just had a real easy advantage on it. And it was
right,
leaking.
yeah.
They probably did that thinking if it was leaking from there, they're probably trying to be good.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with those types of nuts, but they are designed to seal. So whether it's a taper or it's got some kind of washer on it, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, I picked up a electric impact wrench. I think Tony had mentioned in one of these chats a while ago, he had an impact wrench, half inch impact wrench is what you want. And it just puts like a tangential tap on the nut as it rotates. And so that'll break. It's good for breaking torqued on bolts. And then, of course, you can put it back on with a little bit of torque to make sure it doesn't loosen up. But those will fit in just about anywhere. And yeah, you can get an electric one. Mine's a corded half inch. You don't need an air compressor and a pneumatic
I didn't know.
impact wrench. All those are probably the best. Those are the ones that the pit crews use. Air wrenches. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be doing any serious automotive work, you definitely need one of those. I pulled rack and pinion steering off of a car at a junkyard once, and the guys were great. They pulled into the garage, threw it up on the lift, gave me one of those air wrenches, and I just got up in there. And a lot of, there were some places I couldn't fit that, so I had to get in there with the bars and stuff. But and those things are good for taking off tires and stuff like that. You had to take off all the tires too. So. Yeah, my rule now is anything that involves me crawling underneath the vehicle to fix, I bring it to a garage to do. If I can do it by reaching over the top of the engine, then I'll do it myself. But anything underneath, I'll get under there and look at it and diagnose it, and maybe change a fuel filter. But I'm not putting anything up on jack stands, crawling underneath, getting all dirty and awkward and dangerous. And when I know that I can just bring it to a garage and I can throw it up a lift and do it much more efficiently and safely and better than I can. For what, a couple $100 here? I mean, you're and this is the thing about vehicles, like you have an inexpensive car, but the maintenance will catch up with you. So it's just part of the equation.
If you do it yourself, though, then you stay ahead of the game.
Well, like on my Jeep, I need to replace the exhaust manifold because there's a hole in it. And
You gotta look at
rusted.
this. You buy your fancy new car, and you never have to fix it, right? But every time I gotta fix my car, I'm saving money because I do it myself.
Yeah, but you're also getting injured.
Yeah. So I get to fix my car like monthly. I'm saving money every single month.
And you're not going to have Trumpcare to save you. Obamacare is going to deny all your claims.
I got Obamacare. I'll get my injuries.
They know you're a freedom fighter. So
I don't have any guns.
Yeah, like an exhaust manifold, I can pull out everything from the top of the hood and get underneath and like undo a couple bolts or cut something off and then pull it out from the top and then throw it into the top and then get underneath and make a quick connection. But most of the work is done from the top, and so I'm cool with that. Like that's going to be a good project for me if and when I get a garage where I can work out of, because you can get those exhaust manifolds for like a couple $300, and increase the performance and start. I haven't really done any customization on vehicles, so the Jeep is a great vehicle for that because it's like the AR of cars and trucks. Lots of different aftermarket options and customization and plug and play, bolt on stuff. So kind of looking forward to having fun with that as it becomes more and more of a classic. It's 94 is the last year that Americans owned Jeep. So kind of symbolic.
Get that one with the tiny front wheel. That's one I'd get.
I remember when I was a kid, I wanted one of those so bad. Put the lawnmower engine on there, race around. Never did get
I
one.
had spent like billion hours on one of them things when I was a little kid. I don't even remember what it looked like anymore, but I used to love the shit out of it.
I had one of these in Arizona.
The mini bike.
That green one looks pretty bad. Got a little fender and shit. They only want 500 for that? I'd buy the shit out of that and drive around. How much do you think it takes to weld up one of them things? It'd take you like 3 days. I guess if you could kick one of those things out a month, or I mean one a week, then you'd make a couple of grand a month.
Yeah, they make the frames for them. You can buy them as kits.
Where are you supposed to sit on that one? It needs like handlebar extensions or something.
You're not like concrete.
What the fuck is it doing out still?
It's right here? Okay. It's right here? Okay.
Shit. Free fight happening or something?
Damn, Clay, I didn't know you live in the hood.
Did it freeze?
Yeah, it froze. Oh, that wind.
It blew his Wi-Fi all the way around.
Hey, how you doing? Can I get some tacos?
Man, he could just walk around and get tacos.
Hi. Could I get 3 tacos? Chicken? Just chicken? Yeah. Just regular. Yeah. Thanks. So what do you think so far?
What the hell? He orders tacos and then just hauls ass?
Yeah, well, they got to make them. I'm not going to stand there with that guy at the bus station.
Oh.
The bus stop. Take a leisurely stroll down the street. Enjoy the beautiful spring weather.
Got tacos made out of the chicken, right?
Yeah, that's right.
No beef.
Pollo. How you
I
doing?
blasphemy.
Hey, Pooch.
That's some cool artwork, man.
So you pinned DB Cooper on there.
Oh, look at this. This guy's been living in this motorhome here for a while. Looks like he's getting a ticket. Look at that.
Bob would have stole that guy's bumper if he seen it.
Yeah, it's in good shape. It's got a hitch.
What is that, like a factory or something they turned into houses?
Yeah. No, these are commercial units. These are commercial. There's some kind of like community art center that moved in somewhere near here, and I don't think these are residences, although they could be. They just actually fixed this up last year, so I don't really know what this is, but from what I thought was it was like work units.
Like studios or offices.
Something like that, yeah, because that's generally what has been going on around here, although this may be different. Yeah, the place right next to this was the art center. They turned into like a nonprofit community art center. And then this place, what is this, 6, 10, 20 units. So these could be residential. They kind of look like they are.
Just walk into one and act like, oh, I thought this was your office.
Yeah, knock on the door. Hi. They look pretty industrial. I can't believe anyone's living in these. But what do I know? Yeah, because there's no parking. I think they would have had to provide parking if there was a living situation.
I thought you city people don't have cars and you just walk everywhere, or you take buses or taxi cabs.
Well, I mean, all of the developments that I've seen require some amount of off-street parking, whether it's for visitors or for residents. Usually it's just a little parking lot tucked in somewhere. But no, I mean, you're right. People who live in cities don't have cars. Very typical. And what they'll do is get on their phone and get an Uber. And there's like twice as many Ubers as personal cars, it seems. They're coming and going like all day long around here. You know, when people used to just ride a bike or take public transit, now they have a personal chauffeur, have somebody drive them to work every day. I've seen that. It's a weird mentality. It's completely buying into a system of technology, and I see it as more a lack of self-reliance. Oh, look, oranges. Oranges. I wonder if Knives knows this guy. How you doing? How much are the oranges?
2 bags of 5?
A bag of 5?
Yeah. This one is $5 each.
Okay. Cool. I've never seen you here before. Do you sell here on the weekends?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll see if I have some money left over for my tacos and come back.
How much are they? $5 for a bag?
$5 for a big bag.
Good price. For me, that bag of oranges.
What's that?
If I wanted to buy a bag of oranges, it would cost me $1.
Really?
Yeah, when they got them.
This is the spot right here where a motorist was shot and killed about 4 or 5 years ago. The tree his family planted. It's a really creepy little section of the street for me. It's lacking in curb appeal. Curb appeal.
They're gonna throw your fucking tacos away.
No, they know me. They'll just sit on them. This is how I get my exercise.
Walking to go buy chicken tacos, that doesn't count.
I had my phone on me the other day, and it was like counting my steps, and then it asked me to sign over all of my rights and privileges so it could track me, and I said, the hell with that. So I never learned out how many steps I had.
But let me just, for right now, let me just buy one. What are they? Okay, give me 2. Let me take this. All right, I'll be back with cash. I'll be back. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, cool. I got enough left over for oranges. Awesome. I'll keep the 1 and change. I'll just take the 5. Thanks. Man, these are the best tacos I've ever had.
Why?
They're just like the quintessential street tacos. It's kind of funny because everything else that place serves is awful. But, you know, they don't put any beans in the tacos, so they can't screw that up. They just put like some really nice salsa fresca and just some light cheese. And the meat seems to be better on the tacos than it is in anything else I've had there. I'm not sure why. But, you know, it's the kind of thing like they're experts at tacos. And that's probably what that woman loves doing the most, is making tacos. And the rest of the stuff they just put on the menu because they figure Americans like it or something. But they don't have any passion for making any of that other stuff. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Have a great weekend. 2? Oh, 2 bags for 5. Oh, right on. Right on. Okay, so they're $2.50 a piece.
Now you got enough oranges to wing it.
Now I'm gonna go sell them in front of my house for $5 a bag. Make a killing. This block is notorious. I never come down here. But they built a couple of new multi-unit apartments. These are definitely apartments. So I want to check it out, see how they're settling in. Yeah, there's one of them there.
Holes in the sidewalk. Like, what the fuck they got so many access holes in your sidewalks for?
See how modern that looks?
I don't like
Pretty
it.
cool, huh?
No, I don't like it.
So there's sewer cleanouts and there's water meters.
Oh, water meters, that makes sense, I guess.
This is the other one. It's more of a classic look.
I don't like it. Looks like Europe. I don't know what they're trying to prove.
Oh, these are nice. These are clean. Oh, check out this ride. Old LTD.
Oh, okay. I was like, that red car looks stupid. That car's kind of...
Those are some rims right there.
I don't like that. I like the rest of the car, though. That car's pretty cool. A lot of boats. What the fuck? You're just camping that guy's boat. He won't get mad. He would have put a cover on it if you didn't want people to hang out in there. That's what Bob should get. Fuck carrying around a camper. You should just drag around a boat and live in the boat like a camper.
Well, it immediately elevates your status level, right?
Yeah, you just look like nobody's gonna bother you. It's like, oh, that guy's got a boat. He ain't camping. Park here for a minute.
Yeah, he's a yacht owner. He's got to have money. Hi, Pooch. A lot of dogs. A lot of dogs. Yeah, I think if you get a boat, you're all right as long as you leave it on a trailer. But then as soon as you put it in the water, it's just a hole in the water that you have to throw money into. See if that crazy lady's still out in front of my place. Oh shit, she is. Complete and utter nutter. Well, you're still here, so it must be important.
No, I'm waiting for the police to open the gate. Back in my door.
Oh,
What you do?
okay. Oh, just talking.
Recording?
They'll be here in no time. Actually, I saw a cop just a couple blocks down there. He was putting a sticker on an abandoned car. So if you got a call into the police, then he'll probably be the one to respond.
Do you know the phone number for this house, the owner, or do you know his name, the owner?
No, I don't. I live here and keep to myself most of the time. So good luck with that.
What do they want you to do?
So most of the world I try to ignore. Try to ignore most of the world most of the time. But if you keep your eyes open, you'll get some oranges for a good deal. Good deal on oranges once in a while. Fucking 2 dozen oranges now. Just gotta make some orange juice. I gotta put my squeezer in storage.
Are you gonna make orange soup?
Well, from my understanding, if I want to make orange juice, all I got to do is just squeeze these things out and I'm done. I can drink that. It's not like lemon juice. You got to sweeten it.
Orange soup.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. Just mash up all them oranges into a bowl and you got orange soup.
And these things are probably full of pesticides. Oh my God, they're Trader Joe's oranges. It's interesting. So Knives, give me some insight here. How does the guy on the street get Trader Joe's oranges?
Pick them off your cousin.
Oh, crazy people. Monrovia, California, isn't that down by you, Knives?
They're probably over there by first. Hold on.
Is that in the Central Valley?
Yeah, it is.
coated with food-grade beeswax and/or LAC resin-based wax or resin to maintain freshness.
That's the best part. Scraping the resin off with your teeth.
Oh. Oh, shit. All these oranges.
What you been up to, Moon?
Nothing. Just watching the news. There was a Trump rally in Philadelphia. Got shut down by these Antifa ultra-fascists yelling to free Momia Jabu, whatever the fuck the guy, cop killer's name is in Philly. I was like, free that guy. Black Lives Matter. And a bunch of other stupid chants. They're all wearing masks. They all got their red commie. Some of them are like anarchist communists, which is totally makes no sense. And others had the hammer and sickle. May as well have a swastika walking down the street with that shit.
You know what everybody needs to do? Go to Netflix, watch Blazing Saddles, and shut the fuck up. I'm gonna laugh again.
The Trump rally was supposed to go up the stairs of the art museum like Rocky Balboa runs up. But the police shut them down because they're violent left-wing protester people were blocking them. I don't know why they didn't just arrest all of them.
No, they're not saying it's racist. Some bullshit.
I read about the California Attorney General had some kind of meeting, public meeting, and a bunch of those Trump supporters showed up at the meeting and shouted him down. So, yeah, I'm not so sure I'm in favor of using those tactics, although if they're peaceful and the left is going to continue to use them, I have a hard time faulting Trump supporters for using them.
Yeah, you got to figure out some way to counter protest productively. Can't just walk home and give up. Or else the terrorists win.
Hey, Clay, are you still in Cali?
So, yeah.
Yeah, they looked like they were about to beat up the news guy. The news guy was trying to ask him questions. They were like, get the F out of here. It was funny because it was like a live news broadcast, and they didn't have time to edit the curses out that these people were saying it.
Oh, I'm still noticing that. Hey, Moon, have you shot the Beretta yet?
Yep. Put like 200 rounds through it yesterday. It's pretty sweet.
You like better?
Huh?
Was it like better?
No. Need sights. I don't like 3-dot sights anymore. I can't even. Really?
I was shooting my XS sights on that 41. I do not like those sights at all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta cram them way over on top of the sight. I don't, or on top of what I'm shooting at. I don't like it. I'm gonna put regular Mepper lights back on, or on it, I think. As soon as I can figure out which ones to put on there.
Well, you know what Jaeger says. If you can't shoot with excess big dots, you can't shoot.
Yep. I'm probably gonna take them and put them on one of my other Glocks and then sell that Glock. Get the Mepper lights off of it and put it back on this one.
I like the Metro lights.
Yeah, me too. I got them on everything except for this because they came on this one, but I do not like it. I might leave
When I started replacing the sights,
I might leave the big dot on the front, but I can't stand that rear. I fucking hate that E-wedge bullshit.
Yeah. You gotta put it's like a lollipop thing, right?
No, it's like a big ass circle in front and then just this shitty wedge in the back, like a V, like a really open V.
I thought there was a white line in the middle of the V.
Oh, there might be. I don't see that shit though. I'm not gonna ever concentrate on that in a gunfight or nothing. So I like my big ass just square notch in the back that you see it. It's a fucking notch.
so is that V, is that entire length of the V white?
No.
I don't know. If it is, I can't see it. Especially not with the contrast we had yesterday. I guess you can't see when I'm filming, when I'm doing the editing here.
So the only white on the rear sight is that line in the middle then? Okay.
But it's glowy, I think. It's like Trigicon or whatever they call it.
Well, there's some other sites that have just like one dot in the back, and so you just line up the two dots, I believe.
Yeah, that's still bullshit. I don't like any of that crap.
Well, yeah, it seems like less frame of reference.
Yeah, if you can
for me, I like the.
You can squint and you can look at your fucking sights and shit. Fuck all that. I want to just see the shapes. I'm going to concentrate on what I'm shooting at, not what my fucking gun's doing.
I like the frame of reference that the 3 dots give you. And then the square notch is like for precision. But for point shooting, like I bring that front dot up, and when those other 2 rear dots are almost at the same level, I know I can squeeze off around. And then, yeah, when I started replacing the sights on my Glocks, I was watching a bunch of videos, and I remember watching one of your videos where you were at the range comparing different sights and the spaces between the notch and the post in the sight picture. And I was like, okay, what sights are you using? You're just kind of like randomly talking about this site and that site. And then you asked, I think it was Thumbs, you asked him, like, what sights are these? Mepper lights? And he was like, yeah, I think so. And I was like, okay, that's the information I was looking for. And then I went and I bought, set them up, Mepper lights, installed them. I liked them. And then I bought a bunch more. And they are the brightest from what I understand. And they're steel. So I'm happy with those. And those are the ones that Glock puts on at their factory. Too,
Yeah.
That's not, I use Mepper lights that I buy, but I don't know if they're the same ones or not.
They're not.
They're like 80 or something. I usually get them for like 80 something bucks.
Yeah. There's Mepper Light True Dot which is like their actual brand, and then Meprolite makes them for CZ, and they'll put the CZ logo on it, and they'll make them for Smith & Wesson and put the Smith & Wesson logo on a little steel part. And same thing with Glock. It's all Mepro. Mepro lamps, anyway. They can only get them from Trigicon or Israel. Stupid cat. I can't. I need a blacked out rear. Now. Even on my carry gun. I'm just going to carry a light on it. Night sights. Anybody know if the Wheeler sight, universal sight pushers are good?
Wheeler? Yeah, I don't know.
They make some good tools. It's probably made in China, but my experience with a sight pusher was on a Beretta was pretty horrific.
Yeah.
AKA it didn't work, and I ended up selling. It was a Beretta sight pusher. I ended up selling it for less than I paid, of course, but not. I was like, it was somewhere between half and full value I got back on it. But yeah, they do something weird to their sights, at least on the PX4 that I tried replacing. And maybe I should have hit it with a heat gun first, but that rear sight wasn't budging. Now, I think I tried the front sight too. The front sight moved a little because it was off. The front sight was off a lot. It was like needed windage adjustment from the factory, so I was able to take that. But it's the sight was peened into the slide.
Oh.
From the inside.
Yeah.
Or staked. It was staked.
Well, I'll see if other people change their sights out on this before I do, and then before I try, and then if people complain, I'll just send the slide right to Beretta.
Are they steel sights?
Yeah.
So those are.
They're nice sights. They're just not. They're just standard 3-dot.
Those are like
sights.
What the mil spec was.
Yeah.
For that sidearm competition they were in, I'm sure.
The only thing that's missing from it is the safety and the loaded chamber indicator.
Interesting. Yeah, that's your first Beretta, right?
Yeah. My wife had a PX4 compact. But.
Yeah, the PX4 has the same steel sights, and I have a 96 FS with the same steel 3-dot sights. But I remember Yankee doing a video when he tried to change the sights on his PX4, and he was wailing away on the thing, and then finally just gave it to the gun shop.
Yeah. That's why I never ended up changing mine. And you couldn't even find them for the compact. Like, they didn't make them, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if whether they were different sights or not from the full size to the compact. I guess not. But, yeah, I could never find a clear answer. Can you, like, run the full-size sights on the compact? Because I don't know. I also knew a little less about sights back then. When she wanted night sights, I wanted to change them out.
That's one of the benefits of the M&P is that because of that configuration with the firing pin safety underneath the rear sight, that rear sight comes out pretty easy. So yeah, if you want to change out your sights on those guns, it's as easy as a Glock in a different way. You got to unscrew something, as I recall. Yeah, you got to unscrew a set screw on the top, and then it just slides out. But you know, those Glock plastic sights will come out if you try and rack off the bottom of your shoe or anything. If you actually try and use the sights for racking, they're going to just slide right off.
Yeah.
Rack off.
Rack off. There's a little metal plate on the bottom of that polymer sight, but it'll just come off and you'll get that little plate stuck in there.
But I mean, that really does show the brilliance of Glock. He puts a proprietary sight on there that he knows people are just going to pull off and replace. So why make it any more valuable than a plastic piece of garbage?
Yeah. It's like I'm not happy with my HK sights, and they're not the easiest sights to take off. So the best is the PPQ. No tools. Well, no special tools required to remove the rear or the front. Well, the front you need a hex, the same hex wrench for the Glock. But the rear you just need to press down a little detent and it slides right out.
Those are the ones under recall, right?
No.
The PP.
The CCP is a recall.
Oh, that's right. CCP.
That's how these sights on this Beretta were supposed to be, but a little different. But it's even still in the manual. But right now they're just pressed into a dovetail. So I don't know if they removed that feature to cut costs or what.
Yeah, I saw a used Beretta 92 at a gun shop, and it looked like a police trade-in. Maybe it was a military trade-in. I don't know how. I guess it would have to be a police trade-in. They haven't. Anyways, we'll say it was a police trade-in, and it was like all corroded and looked like it hadn't even been cleaned. And I'm looking at the sights, and the front sight was fixed. And I'm thinking, well, that's not cool because these sights are dead. How? Why?
It was a part of the slide.
It looked like it was part of the slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say 1911s. A lot of old 1911s like that. But
oh, sure. Sure.
You can get it machined or just buy another slide, I guess, from Beretta.
Oh, yeah. That would have been. Anyways, I didn't end up buying that. It was totally corroded. There was all kinds of like white corrosion inside the chamber, or like right on the breech face. Yeah. But I was just like, you know, the least you could do is clean these before you try and sell them, whatever. So there was a thing where there were some Marine 1911s on Gunbroker for like $1,400, and they all got sold out. I don't know whether it was 100 or more. They all got sold out like immediately. And then now, if you go on to Gunbroker, you can find the same Marine 1911s being auctioned off for like $3,000 plus. So it was curious because.
What years were they from?
These are just like very new looking.
Okay.
Tan, Cerakoted.
Yeah.
G10 grips. Colt 1911s that can't be more than 5 years old, in my estimation.
They were just given to them, like 5 years ago.
But there's all worn as hell. Like the Cerakote is all worn off the slide and the controls. But yeah, I mean, from what I understand, like I thought all military firearms had to go through some decommissioning process to be offered to the public. I mean, we've heard this with the Garands and all those old 1911s that were supposed to come back to us through the CMP. But then just to see,
the government gets rid of them. The government gets rid of them through, and then once the government transfers ownership, I guess they can do whatever they want.
but didn't Obama sign some legislation to, I guess, I don't know whether his legislation was specific enough to say all these 1911s go through CMP, or whether it was just saying like military surplus can be sold to the highest bidder. But he did sign something that was like pro-gun, and I remember there was a lot of speculation like, did he make a mistake? Did he know what this bill he signed was, or this order he signed?
I remember the CMP thing. I don't remember the other one. Obama knew that all these 1911s are just going to jam up on people. There's going to be a bunch of dead people in the streets with a full 1911 in their hand.
Well, for all practical purposes, these aren't shooters. These are memorabilia collectibles.
I shot a memorabilia one. It's not all matching numbers, so I figured it's cool to shoot. But the frame is from 1913, 1912. Yeah, 1912.
Really?
Yeah. I looked the serial number up on the Colt website. The frame is after they did the patent in 1913 because it has the roll mark.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to shoot any of those old guns. If I was to spend the money on them, they do carry a premium. I've seen them at gun shows recently for like the 1903s or the 1905s or whatever those are that came out before the 1911, like for $2,000 or 2,500, and they look really cool. It's surprising that they're not like $10,000. They seem like such rare items, but I wouldn't run any ammo through those. Like that guy Rick was on this chat last night. He had a French revolver from 1913 something, and he was talking about getting ammo for it and reloading for it. I'm just like, really? Do you really? Are those old guns really supposed to be shot?
Sure, why not?
Well, it's some obscure European round as well. Like they don't even make it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it all depends on how well it was kept throughout the years. Like I'm in an elevator.
That's the new chat background noise. As long as you put the little, the credit at the bottom, you don't get busted. You can make money on it. That's my new background noise for my music or my videos. And then my dog licking.
So do you have to pay some kind of royalty to that artist for using his music in your videos?
No, that's from off of the YouTube library. So you just have to put this like snippet of bullshit in your comments, and then you can still make money on the video.
So, but I mean, somebody somehow that musician is making money off of you playing his song, right?
No, he's just basically getting, what do you say,
The shaft.
No, he's getting a nod. He's getting a link to his bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Imagine all the people that
Like free advertising.
Imagine all the big time YouTube channels like me putting videos up there with his fucking link. Yeah, he's like.
I'm gonna buy a CD.
Yeah, you're gonna buy a CD. Let me play that again for you. You're chipmunking down.
That's some smooth little whatever Piccadilly playing.
Yeah, see, this is how my shit starts out. I start with it on mute, and then I go up a little bit. Here. See how clever that is? I go up, and then I go in volume, and then I go back down, and then it just starts drumming in the background. And I start shaking a little bit. Shaking.
Yeah.
And then he starts playing the piano. Mainly, I just like the sound of people move their hands on their fingers on the strings. It goes.
It seems like one person can do this by themselves.
Yeah, this guy he's playing the banjo, and then he's got them cymbals on his knees, and he's shaking his head back and forth with that can.
Maraca.
Yeah, he's like shaking his head, and there's a maraca on his temple. He's got a harmonica if he needs it. He's got one of those like squeeze box things on his one armpit, so he can blow that, and then he's got a bagpipe on the other armpit, and then he sits down on a whoopee cushion.
It's a very disturbing picture you're drawing.
It's perfect.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
We've all seen these guys' pictures hung up in the doctor's office.
No.
I feel like I'm one of Hosh's movies with all this background music and shit.
Now, of course, I think the most likely answer is he plays one at a time and then overlays them.
No, that's ridiculous. That's what they want you to think about their YouTube.
That's ridiculous. That's the way most musicians lay down tracks.
Lazy musicians, no talent hacks. Not this guy.
It's not the one-man Oompa Loompa band.
I didn't say he was a short guy. He could have been short, I guess. All right, well, I got to be back because I have to go narrate 4 minutes with
Oh, excuses.
Can't do it with you people yakking. I have to have perfect silence in here. Just my dog licking and my mic.
Yeah. Well, you go do your talking. Anyway, on something seriously more important, I took, I don't know if it was Moon, you, or somebody else, their advice yesterday. And when I got up to my staging station, just another 10 minutes down the road is a Gander Mountain. So I went offline. I moseyed on down to Gander Mountain, and I had called ahead of time. And they just so happened to have a Glock 43 and a Beretta Nano in stock.
Oh,
and
so you got to fondle the both of them.
So I got to fondle the both of them side to side, pull the triggers on both. Put them on the counter, on their backs, on their sides, on all the various dimensions. And the only dimension that's truly different is the overall length of the Nano.
Longer? Shorter?
Yeah. Otherwise, as far as width and all the other dimensions, pretty much identical. Now the salesman said, I asked him, I said, "Is that trigger reversible?" And he looked at it and he said, "Yeah." And then I looked at it and I said, what strikes me as a little bit unusual is on many firearms, not all, if they're reversible, there's usually a not a tungsten, but there's usually a torsion spring on the inside of the grip where the magazine goes. Like on a Glock, if you ever look inside there. I said, I don't see one. And when I move the mechanism back and forth, I don't see anything to access. And then he looked at it and he says, "You're right." I said,
Is there a
so
hole?
do
A
you?
hole in the middle of the mag release
I didn't
on
see one.
either side? Well, there might have been a hole. You got a screw. It's like a
Okay.
It's like a two-piece safety that can be reversed, and the spring is on the inside of the two pieces. And like
Okay.
one piece has a rod, and the other piece has like the part that the funnel, or not the funnel, the cylinder part that goes over the rod, and the spring, and in between the spring.
Yeah.
And that's how it.
I think that they're both within what I'll call that 2% of each other. They're both very, very close to each other in regards to.
I would take the Glock 43.
And what it went with, which is the one thing that's completely individualistic, is how it fit in my hand, which is going to vary from hand to hand to hand.
Yeah.
I.e., lend me a hand. That's a joke.
So
Anyway,
which one felt better?
I went back and forth a number of times just to make sure that what my brain was telling me really is what it felt like, and the Glock 43 felt better than the other one.
Yep.
And it was just because of the indexing spot of where my finger went on the outside of the frame.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tiny little thing to say, well, you're going to not either buy or not buy something because of an indexing spot, but it's also the comfort, how the frame either tapers or expands at certain points, and as individualistic as everyone's hands are. So when my consignment items sell, it looks like I may very well be heading down the Glock 43 trail.
Get the gray one. Got a new gray one.
In my area, it is impossible to find stuff like at local gun dealers that is of color.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you're like Henry Ford and it's any color you want as long as it's black.
I know a couple shops like that don't have anything but black Glocks.
It's like they don't even try. I mean, they view it like, well, a hamburger's a hamburger.
Well, I want my hamburger to be colored different.
I want mine to be cooked but look like raw meat.
Just put food coloring in mine. And a yellow hamburger.
Yep. So that was my experience yesterday, fondling the Beretta and the Glock at Gander Mountain, one of the stores that's not closing yet.
So which one did you buy?
I didn't buy either. I have some firearms on consignment that I'm waiting to sell. I'm also not in any hurry to pick up the next firearm. I mean, I get it when I get it. I'm perfectly content for now. Now, 6 months from now, I may change my mind.
Yeah, because I mean, you can go through the motions at the counter at the gun store, but you really don't know what it's like until you set off some rounds and practice from drawing from a holster and carrying it. And once you go through those motions, then you'll know whether or not you like a specific gun.
And that's absolutely true, Clay. It's just that in my area, rentals are not a thing. So that's the one thing I can't do. But you're right.
Yeah, because when I go into gun stores, I don't really like window shop. I usually have something in mind that I'm going for, or something piques my interest, and I make the decision there, or I don't make the decision. And but so because I know I can balance the odds in my favor by looking for specific features that I'm interested in. But I know that if and when I get this and carry it and shoot it and have some other people shoot it and give me their opinion, that I'm not going to really know whether or not it's the gun for me. And so Yeah, the great thing is you can always just turn around and sell it. Are you going to be selling your car?
Yep. Yeah, and that's another example of how it feels in your, when you're at a gun store versus when you're actually shooting it.
Yeah, because the recoil is going to change the way that you hold it. Whether you get the
Right.
pinky underneath the magazine or you can wrap it around on top of your offhand, and
Right.
the weight, size, and weight is going to make the recoil impulse of every gun different, and
Yeah.
you may have to readjust your grip every time. But I think what you're running into is like the nexus between a practical small gun and a practical gun that fits your hand. You may find that you can only go so small on any brand before
Yes.
the dimensions just don't work for you.
Right.
I'm kind of there with semi-autos. Like I can't go smaller than a 19. And so I carry a 36 because it's the same frame size, but it has 45 ACP. And for revolvers, I'm okay because it's just point and shoot. And it's got that double action only heavy trigger pull. It's just kind of a squeezing thing anyways. And I know that they're only going to be so accurate, but for semi-autos, they have that slide reciprocating and, the magazine thing. Like if I go any smaller than a 19 size frame, I'm not going to get all the fingers on there. It's just the barrel becomes less, of a barrel and more of just like a blasting cap. So I can carry and conceal a 19 size just fine.
Yeah. Well, and that's another aspect you mentioned. Depending on what it is you do in your regular daily life, will determine on how you're, as well as your body type, how you're most likely to carry. And in this particular application, I do need something smaller than a 19 because I work in a sitting position.
Just think of the 43 as the 19 junior.
So why aren't you doing a shoulder holster?
That's whack. Was this 1988?
Shoulder holsters are coming back in a big fucking way.
Well, I mean, right now I have basically kind of a variation of that. Is I have a concealed carry vest.
Yeah, I know about your vest, Dano.
Okay, well, that's really not other than the way it holds it. It's the same concept as a shoulder holster. You reach inside your outer garment, grab it at almost the same angle, and pull it out.
But you can shoulder holster a much larger gun than you can hang inside of a vest.
Right, because it's hanging on the holster rather than on your outer garment. I'm not going to go around in a blazer in the summertime when it's 95 degrees outside.
But can't you just still wear that vest over the shoulder holster? I don't get it.
I'm trying to get away from when it's 95 degrees having to wear a t-shirt and then something else on top of it.
I mean, I know you're attached to the vest, so keep the vest and just put a shoulder holster underneath the vest. And yeah, I mean, you may have to just get like an Under Armour compression t-shirt, but those things breathe really well and they're very thin. And that's what I do, even with the inside the waistband carry. I'll just have like a thin piece of nylon in there, just so the gun isn't rubbing against my skin. It's fine.
Meow. Get a little Vickers +2.
Did you just say meow?
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was just your microphone cutting out. I'm like, is there a cat in here?
There's always a cat in here. Yeah, I don't think I would carry it on my ankle with the Vickers Plus 2. But the flush one is perfect. Can you put your pinky on it with the flush magazine? I found it.
No, but it's become very natural since I've been carrying the Glock 26 95% of the time for the past several years to curl my pinky underneath the magazine and shoot with just 2 fingers. That's become the norm for me. And I actually shoot my 26 better than my 19.
That way, when your pinky does get blown off because something went wrong and the bottom of your magazine shoots out, then you won't even have to worry about where you put your pinky.
Yeah.
That's a smooth thinking.
Yeah, won't have to worry about it at all.
Who the hell needs pinkies?
It's like that little toe. It's like, what function does it serve? It's too tiny to do anything.
To go in your ear hole.
You know, you're absolutely right. The pinky fits really well in the ear. It's like the perfect size.
I think that's why it's still the size it is.
I'd rather lose my ring finger than my pinky finger.
So would that be like tactical hearing protection?
Either that or cleaning.
So, but as far as toes go, I want to keep all my toes because I need all 10 of them for balance and walking.
You don't need your pinkies. Our pinkies are receding because of evolution. You need your big toe for balance. Your pinky.
No, I think they're just smaller because it's a streamlined appendage.
Well, streamlined is when I think of streamlined, I think of like aerodynamic, and when I look at my toes curling, I don't see them as aerodynamic. But I do understand what you're saying.
Well,
it is interesting that we have
together. It's a form of symmetry. That's what you're talking about, huh?
I'm saying when you're running a marathon, you want that pinky to be small and tucked in line behind the other 4 toes, so you don't have any extra drag.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be just as big as the big toe to provide bilateral stability. But it is interesting that we have 5 fingers and 5 toes on each hand.
Yeah. The last time I ran a marathon was never.
I think if we started wearing different kinds of shoes, then we would have the pinky toe would go down to the side of your foot, and then you would have like ultimate balance. And you can grab people's faces with your feet.
Yeah, imagine if your hand pinkies were got transplanted down to your toe pinkies.
Yeah, that'd be weird. You could probably jump a little higher.
And then your toe pinkies got translated up to or moved up to your hands. Now imagine going to shake somebody's hand with just that little stub.
I've met people before that lost fingers and had toes implanted for fingers. Well, one person, but I've heard of other people.
Was it their shaking hand or their other hand?
I don't know. I didn't shake his hand because I was like a teenager, and we were like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah, you're right. When you're teenagers, you just say, "Hey."
Yeah.
Shaking hands is what those old people do.
Yeah. But if we were to like fist bump or something, it would have been weird, I guess.
Well, but then it's just knuckles.
You got around it.
I worked for this guy who had something wrong with his hand. I think his middle finger had been amputated or cut off or something. But he had like a ball implant. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it looked like they had implanted a ball there to have something where the first knuckle would be.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. And it was his right hand, and he would always, hold it out and you'd shake his hand with it, and you'd be like, what am I shaking there? Not quite sure. He's got a thumb, which is good. But that was awkward. That was very awkward. Hands, fingers, hands. They're incredibly valuable. As valuable as my eyes.
what's incredibly awkward is if you imagine meeting someone that, because I see these pictures of people who have had, like in war, that have been shot and had severe facial damage and lived, and they have holes where there should not be holes and things like that.
Yeah, it's rough. I get really squeamish when I see pictures like that.
Yeah, I mean, they may be the rest of their body may be 100% good to go, but they've got, it's like
There's people completely missing their faces and still alive.
This chat has gone dark, I tell you what.
Yeah. Well, it's become like a gross out contest.
Seems to me that nobody ever volunteered at the VA here.
Are you
shaming,
VA
shaming us?
Yeah.
Yes.
And how many years did you spend at the VA?
4 years.
I helped old people when I was younger for free food in the cafeteria at the old folks home. So, that's a whole different kind of, there's a smell. There's a smell to that.
Yeah, that it's different, but it reminds me of another kind of smell for when I worked for a number of years with the homeless.
Yeah, that's a different one. That's a different smell.
And the thing is that most of the homeless do not smell because they do seek out. They still want to have personal hygiene. It's just that there's that, I don't know if I want to say 20% or whatever, but there's that percentage that just has given up on that too.
I'm pretty sure we can get off bum stink anytime now.
Oh, you're a hardcore bastard, aren't you?
So remember that guy who used to come to the chats and came up with an idea to give the homeless firearms?
No, I don't. But it's an interesting idea.
His name was Tony, and he thought that they should have as much right to a firearm as somebody with a house and a legal address, and that they could defend our streets because that's where they live, and they need defense. They need self-defense for themselves.
Well,
I supported his idea. I made a hashtag.
I mean, on the premise, I don't necessarily disagree with it. I mean, if they're just like, if they're homeless purely on economic grounds, then they're most likely going to be just as normal as anybody is.
Well, let's not do any thought police pre-crime and just give them a bunch of guns and see what happens. Sure, some of them. Minority of them may rob a bank.
Right. Just like the minority of citizens that have not committed a crime yet will take a gun and go out and do something bad.
I mean, I don't want to go off the deep end here. I think we should give them a background check and maybe give them some training, allow them a chance to qualify, and then, yeah, you can have a government gun and you can protect your homeless camp. But the amount of, the people, homeless people that are going to qualify for, background check and training and qualifying are not the majority. So,
right. But even if there's a minority that has a solid character and can pass it, is just as entitled to protect their lives as they're walking down the street or trying to sleep in an alley as anyone else. Your life is no more or less valuable whether you sleep in an alley or you sleep in a palace. To you.
No, there's a whole camp of them, just not even a quarter mile from me right now, sleeping by the railroad tracks, the light rail tracks, and man, they've got all these tents. There's like at least a dozen tents, and they're huge tents, and they're just like on this nice area with grass. And they've been there for at least a month, maybe a little more. They got kicked out of this other area by the freeway, so I think some of these people may have come from there. But that's crazy. They just set up camps wherever they don't get kicked out of.
Right.
Until they get kicked out, and then they go set up a camp somewhere else. But they don't like ever leave.
And that's where the law enforcement really does determine where they're going to go, because they're not going to poof instantly vanish. They're still going to exist. So when you kick them out of one place, you're forcing them to another. And so law enforcement, whether it's spoken or unspoken, has to be willing to accept, okay, if they go to this certain area, we will be hands off, and just let them be, because they're not going to disappear.
Yeah, and they'll go into land owned by a public agency that isn't so proactive in enforcing homeless laws or whatever. And if they don't bother anyone for a while, then they get to stay there for a while. It's until they start accumulating trash and becoming a real problem, a hazard. Then that public agency can go get the court order and evict them. And it's a whole bureaucratic process. The amount of effort that's spent on maintain or relocating these camps or managing public lands while these camps are on there could easily be spent in like taking someone and putting them into some mandatory training somewhere and go do this over here.
Well, we don't have slavery anymore, so there's no mandatory.
No, we don't. We don't, but we do have laws, and public space is for everyone, not just the people with the tents who want to occupy it.
Right. So if they start barring non-homeless from going in there, then it's a problem. Just because they're there in a tent doesn't mean you or I can't go there. Now, you or I may not feel comfortable because they're not of the same socioeconomic class, but that's different. I mean, you can't treat people like they're disposable tissue. Like, well, just go away and become somebody else's problem. No, they're going to continue to exist for as long as they live. And even when they pass, somebody else is going to take their place, especially in the state of our current society. And the lack of employment, the lack of opportunities for training on the job. Nobody wants to train on the job anymore. They want you to come pre-trained so they don't have to spend a nickel on you. Which is fine. That's their decision to make. But then you have to expect, okay, there's going to be some fallout, people who fall through the system.
There's going to be a little homeless mafia going on after this happens.
No, and unfortunately, a lot of it comes down to it's the not in my backyard syndrome. Whether it's the homeless, whether it's the dump for where the garbage goes, all of our society stuff that we want to discard has to go somewhere on this earth.
Well,
and you're right about the cost. It costs a lot of money to move them from point A to point B. So the point is at some point, just stop moving them and save the money. Use it for other things. But mandatory training, that's fucking slavery.
Why? All of us had to get training at one point or another. I've had lots of different training.
Right.
And I continue to learn. And I'm not going to just give up and go live in the dirt. I'm going to continue to learn and continue to grow and continue to be an active member of society and contributing. And
but you chose it, Clay. You chose it. Nobody fucking forced you.
So if you want to live in the society amongst the rest of us who get trained and are productive, then you too have to buy into that. If you want to go live on a commune with a bunch of dropouts, then that's fine, but you can't do that within the borders of civilized society.
No, you can do it. You just have to accept the consequences of not having modern conveniences. You don't have to do anything. And I think the idea of mandatory this, no, we chose to get an education or a training or something, or we chose to take advantage of an opportunity that we were given. We weren't forced to, it wasn't mandatory, and that's fucking slavery. It's just, it's by a different name because it's inconvenient, because it doesn't look right, it doesn't smell right. It looks like it's filled with crime, when crime can happen fucking anywhere.
So what are we talking about again? Yeah.
And yeah, I'm getting pissed because it upsets me when people talk about the homeless as if they're trash.
You're like the Johnny Cash, but for homeless people. Johnny Cash are homeless.
I mean, yeah, there are people that deserve that reap what they sow. They don't want to put any effort into society, and they reap what they sow, and they deserve it because they won't take advantage of even modern day opportunities to crawl out of the hole that they have created. And that's on them. But I'm not going to require them to do anything. They are still human beings.
But isn't it true that being less civilized makes you more savage and therefore maybe not as equivalent human beings as the rest of us?
They're human beings, they're not varmints. Now maybe you feel they are, and you're entitled to your opinion.
You don't think it's possible that people can go feral, Daniel?
2 packs of cigarettes. Thank you.
In the current world, in the United States particularly, no. No.
You've never seen a feral human.
Now, as far as in some future alternate society, sure, it's possible. In other countries currently right now, sure, it's possible. But we have too many safety nets upon safety nets. Granted, many of them have holes, but we have the richest fucking homeless in the whole world.
We have the best dumpsters. Ask anybody. They'll tell you.
Have you seen there's a show on Amazon, I think it's on Netflix too, I forget what it's called, but this guy and his wife, I think they spend like shit, I don't know if it's like, I know it's more than a month, it might be like 3 months or 6 months, and they throw away all their food. Well, they don't throw it away, but they like kind of ditch all their food that they're not eating, or I think something like that, and then they just only eat food they grab out of dumpsters for like a long time. And then you think like, oh, they're gonna eat like moldy bread and shit, but then they start going to like places where, you know, like the fresh date is coming due, like it's not even there yet, and they throw out like entire dumpsters of shit. So they end up getting like just all kinds of crazy awesome food.
Go to McDonald's.
No, they go mostly to like stores, you know, like
Yeah,
Trader
like
Joe's.
grocery stores. I've seen people that
they'll like throw away stuff where it's like, oh, this is like 3 days, or this is like 5 days away from its fresh date. We only want shit that's 7 days away. So they throw all the 5 day away shit.
Yeah, they throw out a ton of it, and it's illegal to give it away, or it's not. I don't know if
they just don't do it. Well, they go. That's what the whole show's about. They go into like sometimes they like confront the people, like, how come you don't give this to the food bank? Every once in a while, people are like, oh, I didn't know I could do that, and they start doing it. Other people are like, it's not our policy.
Well, they can't because a lot of the food grocery chains have a policy not to do that because it's a liability. If someone gets sick, that homeless person can sue that grocery store, even though it came out of their dumpster.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know, but yeah, they're definitely policy where they don't.
Yeah,
I mean, I
so
don't
it's
know.
lawyers, and it's not like the store's fault, but it is definitely
Well, no, but I think
lawyers'
it's
fault.
perception. But I think it's perception more than actually like they think it might happen, so they don't. So they're afraid of the potential, even though there's no precedence for it. So I guess I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's an established thing. Like you eat dumpster food and you get sick. That's not even a thing. Like they think that it might happen, so they just don't even bother. And that's sort of the frustrating part. But like Dan was saying, if you want to just hang out, I think that's what Dan was saying. You got the potential of like eating better than anybody in the fucking world, really. I mean, these people were not at all suffering at all. In fact, the guy was like thinking, or one of the things they say is like, we figured we were going to lose weight. We ended up fucking gaining weight because they're getting all this like gourmet food and stuff. They have like freezers full of it, and like pantries are stocked. Because it's like when they throw away like an entire shelf of food, it's not like it even gets dirty. Like they just take a fucking, piles of it and throw it away. So you just take the stuff out of the middle. It's not even been dusty or anything. It's never touched the dumpster, really.
Yep, they should give it to the food bank. It should be like a program of charity, and then they can deduct it from their taxes.
I feel like there must be some systems in place because of all the restaurants that don't sell the food that they bought for that service. It's going to go bad the next day, so they have to be able to just turn it over that night.
Well, a lot of times that shit just was like feed pigs and slop hogs or whatever, because that's a lot easier. Who cares if it's rancid? Fucking pigs will eat it. No, I don't care. And they don't have to keep it nice looking. They can just throw it in a fucking garbage bag.
So was Mika really enjoying his visit?
I don't know. It's hard to know what a foreigner, they just have like a European look on their face all the time.
So was the shoot last night, or is it tonight?
Big Sandy goes from Friday till Sunday.
Okay, so did they get there to see last night's shoot?
Yeah, you weren't on the video internet last night. Bob went online. It was a really good internet connection, better than he ever has for the show, from the middle of fucking nowhere.
Was that in the lobby?
Yeah,
I didn't even see it. I must have skipped past it.
Because Mika's in his camper with him, so they were both in there, and yeah, they had a pretty good time, I think.
Well, I'm glad.
Ben Avery, that's what I'm filming now, or I'm editing now, is a video of us shooting at Ben Avery, and then we figured out how much time they'd need to get there, and then put another, a little bit extra in case kind of thing, so that they'd get there in plenty of time. Because Mika flew into Phoenix yesterday at like 1, so by the time he met up with us, it was like almost 3. Then they left at around 4 to get up there because they had another couple hours and they wanted to get there before dark. So then we had a chance to meet up and shoot, and then they got there in plenty of time to park and everything, and then get up the hill. The Big Sandy will go from like 9 to whenever, and then they'll shut down and they'll go out there and put new explosives and dynamite and fireworks out, and then they'll start shooting again at noon, and then they'll end at some point, and then they go out and put up more explosives and fireworks and shit, and then they wait for it to get dark, and then they'll shoot at night for a while, and then they break, and then in the morning they'll go out and put out more dynamite and explosives and shit, and then they shoot, and then they break, put out more explosives and dynamite and shit, and they'll shoot again at like noon or something, and then they break and put out more explosives and shit, and that's the big one. And then they'll wait till Saturday night, and that's where like they usually make something huge out of paper mache or something, like a giant toilet one year, like a giant airplane one year. They'll make something that like will explode a lot when they first start the night shoot. And then so Saturday night is like the, you call it, like the money shot, like that's the thing everybody waits for. And then on Sunday they'll have another shoot, and then it breaks up around after that morning shoot. but most of the people at the morning shoot are gone, or like all the spectators usually leave. Most of the spectators leave Saturday. So Sunday turns out to be more like, you know what I think really is, it's like if somebody was farting around with their guns or something and they just needed to shoot them again, you know, more like, you know, oh, I was fucking around, I wanted to fix this or something, or like get this thing put away and make sure it's all right. You know, I think that's just more like tidying up type of shooting more than like.
Yeah, there was just a handful of people when I was there last time on Sunday morning. I think most of the people were at the rental tent, and I was first in line. And
So,
there was like a handful of other people there ready to shoot. But once the line went live on Sunday morning, those targets were shot out in like 5 minutes easy. They didn't even put that many up Sunday morning.
So if you don't have a camper, how hot is it out there as far as like trying to sleep in a tent?
It's cold as shit. What are you talking about? That's northern Arizona. It's colder than fuck. It's probably like desert at night, cold, not
Well,
freezing.
I think they do pick this time of year and in the fall because of the mild temperatures. So it was when I was there in October, it was like 90 during the day, but then it got down to 60 or 65 at night. And so this year I think it's in the 80s during the day.
Probably 50s at night. I don't know. It's probably cold as shit. Bob said though that there was like 4 times more people at this one camping and spectating than there was at the last one he went to. So it sounds like a lot of people are up there this year. So let's see. Mika rented a car when he got into town, met up with us at Ben Avery, and then like him and Bob start Smokey and the Bandit did up there. So then Bob will stay there till whenever he feels like, and Mika has to get on a plane at 8, so he'll leave around 4 to drive back to Phoenix and return his car and get on the plane. And then he goes back to Dallas, and I think they pretty much turn right around and go back to Finland. So he really was able to just sneak this in at great cost and cost to him sleeping. When you asked how he was liking it, I don't know, because he said at that point he was up for 40 hours. He hadn't slept yet. And then he was about to get in the car and drive another 2 hours and then watch a night shoot. He said, though, once he got there and they started shooting, that he got a second wind or whatever, and he was awake for the shoot, but he was almost zombie-like, you know, because he had lack of sleep or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know if this will play or not when it wasn't playing before over the screen share, but it'll pop up here, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't pop up on this one.
Yeah, and English is his second language, so I can understand if he was tired and he maybe wasn't talking all that much. But yeah, I mean, he should have been somewhat thrilled at least to hook up with you guys and go out to that range and shoot some big bore revolvers and AKs. Did you bring an AK?
That's a big deal for a regular person, let alone a foreigner. I can't even imagine. That's like highlight of a foreigner's life, meeting up with U.S. celebrities.
Did Bob shoot some of his guns? What is he talking about? The VZ-58?
Yeah. Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Yeah.
This weekend I had a great opportunity to drive up to Phoenix to meet up with Gun Channels members from 2 different countries. So Gun Channels is a place we built a while back. It's a community focused on firearms. It's completely run by and for its members. Okay. So 2 of the people that have been members a long time that are.
So what was that, Jimmy's house with all the graffiti on the wall?
We don't get to see the whole video?
No, I fucked up. It did give me that black fucking screen. Piece of shit video. I have to go back and put this piece back in. This is shitty software. Yeah, see, it killed this one, and this one. Fuck, it took like 20 minutes to render. Oh, now it glitched. Fucking software. All right, I'm gonna restart. What the fuck's going on?
Stupid plastic mail bag.
It's hard to tell, but it seemed like the music was just a hair too loud. I might consider dialing it down. Just
I would think it was not loud enough.
Yeah.
Maybe like at 10% volume. You sound like maybe 25. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Didn't sound very loud to me. I would say let's hear it again. Be sure.
I got my fiber optic Wilson combat sight. Woo. You know how much money I saved on this site? I saved like $13.
You know how much money you spent on it?
30, 39, something.
Do you realize how many times a homeless person could eat with $39?
I don't care.
Exactly.
They eat
Varmints.
better than, from what I'm hearing, they're eating better than I am. So.
Frickin' varmints.
Yeah, they could buy 16 bags of oranges with $40.
Yeah. Get all that vitamin C. And besides, it's got to be, if you could barbecue every day, isn't that a wonderful life? Say, hey, come on over. We're having a barbecue.
Yeah, not if you're barbecuing oranges and rodents.
Ribs.
Rodent ribs.
Yeah. Orange ribs.
With the food stamps, you can go get yourself some filet mignon or whatever kind of steaks you like.
Oh, it came with a tool too, Dano. So how's that?
What kind of tool?
Front hex tool. For the Glock sight.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, especially since you always have to buy those things.
I already have one, but
it's always good to have another.
Yeah.
May have a friend that could use it or something. And then you say, hey, instead of using it, I'll rent it to you. I know it only costs 30 cents, but I'll charge you $1 if you return it to me. But I want a deposit of $2. Just in case you leave the country. With my tool.
Do you guys want to go to an open house?
For what?
It's a house for sale on my block.
No. What do you mean? Are you going to go there with your camera?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is it one of them fancy houses?
Well, it's been renovated, and they're asking $750 for it. So, yeah, I think it'll look pretty nice.
$750,000.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Houses are ridiculous.
So much it costs around here. A 2-bedroom and a 1-bathroom.
Yeah, it's a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
What? Yeah, you can get like damn near a mansion out here for 500 grand. And if you go even further in the country, I saw the same kinds of houses for like half that. So 250.
Yeah, but they don't have street tacos half a block away.
No.
Or $2.50 bag of oranges.
No, they're just people that have enough money to have street tacos. Like homemade street tacos, I guess. Or they'll eat some snobby, fancy homemade taco.
All right, well, I think it's just starting. So I'm going to go check and make sure it's open and then go take a walk down there.
Rad.
That might be one reason Portland has so many homeless.
Are you eating a bunch of chips really fast?
Oh, I'm just rearranging my cereal before I go clink, 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 clink.
So were you inferring that capitalism is the cause of homelessness?
Who?
Yeah, who let the dogs out?
I don't know. Dano made some offhand comment. Just trying to clarify.
No.
No?
I think we actually have someone from Portland in the chat now.
Dana's an anarcho-capitalist at heart.
Harry, would you like to chime in about Oregon?
Yeah, I am from Portland.
Yeah, so what the fuck, Dano?
Okay, could you come up with a more clear statement other than what the fuck?
Did he say something about Portland?
Well, if we rewind the tape, I think we'll hear that Dano said that's probably why there's so many homeless in Portland.
Oh, that was in. Now that you've actually given me something specific that I can actually respond to, I will be more than happy to. That was in response to Harry's comment about Portland and having over 200,000. I was wondering if that was the cost of housing, if that was the number of homeless, or what that was.
That's the cost of housing.
Gotcha.
The homeless move here. They move here because of the free food. There are over 20 different places to eat for free every single day in Portland. They line up and they eat food. And so they move here. And there are tents everywhere around the city because there's no incentive for anybody to work here.
Is there work to be had that's sustainable?
Yes, there are construction jobs. Every other block is a new construction job. That's why people are moving here, but the homeless are moving here because of the free food. Okay. It's just like feeding a rat or a cat outside. It's no difference.
Well, that's a good example of going too far to the other extreme. Yeah. That's absolutely what will happen if you make it too easy to live high off the hog. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
That's why we got to turn them all into Wi-Fi hotspots. We get a hotspot, they get food.
Give them a rechargeable lithium battery. Tell them to report back every 24 hours for a recharge.
Well, the funny thing is they all have cell phones. They live in tents. There's a tent on the sidewalk, and they're standing outside of it on their cell phone.
Well, the cell phone is due to Obama. They literally called that Obama phones when they first rolled out, because he made a program all across the country to give homeless cell phones.
I think Trump canceled that. Or whatever. He terminated that program. It was a deal with the phone companies. The phone companies were billing you for it.
What I heard as far as the justification for it, not that anything truly justifies it, was it for those that actually wanted to get back on their feet, is it gave them an opportunity that if you fill out a job application, that an employer could call you back at a number rather than a public telephone. The other was in regards to contacting social services, that you could contact them without necessarily having to go all the way across town, stand in line for 3 hours, and then find out that that person may not even be there. So I'm not saying that justifies it. I'm just saying that's what I was told. And of course, there were people making money off of that system, the people in the middle. The people that were actually selling the phones were not, they were making profit. They were paid so much, I forget what the number was, but for every phone that they were able to qualify and give away a phone to, they got a commission for. As the incentive to get out there in these small tent communities, as well as the homeless centers that are around town, to get people to take these phones. Of course, many of them took them and used them, and then there's always that percentage that took them and then sold them because so they could get their drunk on or their high on.
Their HUD housing is like the reasonable rate for an apartment out here on the East Coast.
I knew, speaking of HUD housing, I knew a number of people, because it varies off of your income, that you had to pay your electric bill.
Yeah,
and
this is
yes,
just
you
an
got a
average
discount for that, but you still got a bill that might be $40 to $60 depending on how much electricity you're using. And these are like apartments, not homes. But the rent itself could be literally as low as $12 fucking dollars.
Yeah,
and
but
people lost their apartments because they said, I can't work, I can't make money. I'm like, you can't find a way to make $12? You can collect aluminum cans and make $12 in a month.
So think about how much these people in Portland are paying for theirs if their average for a 2-bedroom is $944 a month. And a 1-bedroom is $793. There's not a whole lot of people paying $12. There's people paying more than $944 and maybe a few people paying less.
Well, $900 doesn't ring like public assistance. But maybe in that urban area, if the regular rate is $2,000 for an apartment, it is.
Oh, I don't know. I have to read this whole thing. It's like long.
But these same sort of apartments, if you didn't have public aid, would be about $300-400. But then you also give up a lot once you give your life over to the government, because now they can come in and do a health and safety check at any point, a surprise inspection, and you have to let them in. And if you don't, you will be booted out. And they will go through your things. And I can only imagine that that's kind of a preview as to if there is or will be some sort of FEMA housing, what it might be like.
The highest percentage is single adults who are homeless. What would be the second? Where is it? Adult men who are homeless. 51% are in a shelter. 49% are unsheltered. Oh, this is a stupid chart.
Is once they go into public housing, and again, I'm going to use that $12 a month number, they're no longer considered homeless. Yet without that assistance, they would instantaneously become homeless.
Adult women who are homeless, 30%. Adult men who are homeless, 58%. Youth younger than 24, 6. That doesn't add up, does it?
Not exactly.
All right. Guns. Thinking maybe these homeless people should get a job if they want a gun. Now that I look at these statistics.
If you don't have to work for food, there's no point in getting a job.
Then they'll never get a gun unless they steal it, and then they're a criminal. You can shoot them.
Really? If Craig could just drop trout and just take a shit.
What is that? The open house.
Yeah. Yeah. One was like, why are we getting a tour?
Yo, leave a dump in the toilet at the open house.
Clearly a woman lives there.
Upper
Because
deck.
otherwise it would not be that clean nor decorated.
You know how to do it? You know what an upper decker is?
I don't want to know.
Dry dock it.
Oh, man. $750,000 for this. That's a weird sink. I like it.
But a beautiful toilet.
Yeah. You're going to have to move stuff around to do an upper decker in that one. It's like vases and stuff.
He's living that top shelf life.
Amenities.
No, you must try out the toilet before you buy the house.
Is that some honeycomb into zebra stripe?
Got that marble tile.
Look at that hard water stains. How cool.
Hi, looks nice.
Thanks. You filming? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget to check the upstairs unit out.
Oh, I haven't been upstairs.
Yeah, that is a stunning open concept.
Oh, sweet.
2-bedroom, 1-bathroom.
This guy's into it.
With a great balcony.
Like you're filming? Awesome.
What's the asking price?
Asking price is $1,149,000.
What?
What
Okay.
the fuck?
Did you see the house on 63rd that we just sold?
63rd.
A duplex.
That's up that way. Okay.
Oh. Just let me call my bank.
Yeah. So
Hi, how you doing?
How are you doing?
You are Tiffany?
I am Tiffany, yes.
Nice. I'm Matt.
Matt, nice to meet you. Oh, yeah. You are.
he's not Matt, he's Clay.
What's Tiffany look like?
You never give your real name.
Why do we always got to look at the shitter?
Yo, those don't look like no $1 million toilets.
Yeah.
tell you that much. Showers are nice though. You gotta say, not that nice though. Not $1 million nice.
I could tell it looked like a very nice house, but it's like over $1 million. Are you fucking crazy?
Why is the shower right next to the dining room?
So like when you get all messy from eating, you could just hop right in the shower.
Yeah. In case somebody says food fight.
I got spaghetti on me.
Yep. You can go take a quick shower and get it off you.
Back to the dinner table.
So what was it? 1 point what million?
1.2 something.
Wow. I mean, it's a beautiful looking place. Don't get me wrong, but shit.
Sure.
You bought a house, Moon? 1.2 mil? That's it? Fucking welfare recipient? Government
Sorry.
welfare.
I was hoping not to be shamed as much.
Wealth shaming?
Yeah.
And that's why you bought that fucking Beretta?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Figured I'd get that in this $1 million house.
Okay, all right.
I'd be like classier.
It's like when you feel like, oh, let me get that extra guacamole on the, get guacamole on your Chipotle burrito. You're fucking balling.
Extra meat.
Yeah, I think this is a separate unit up here. Although it has the same door.
Clay got the $1.5 million house?
How many people were killed in that house?
Is that what we're looking at? We're looking at Clay's house now?
Clay's at an open house.
Oh, word?
It's like a row
You
home.
gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Not be kidding me. What city and state is that in that it's a $1 million house? California? That shit don't look nice. That shit don't look that fancy, bro.
Yeah, this wasn't even the house I was going to look at, but they've been working on this one. Looks like they got it ready for sale. This is the first weekend that I've seen the open houses. It's a big ass house, right on the corner. And yeah, the other one I don't think is open yet.
Well, this might explain your view on the homeless.
What? $1 million? A lot of money?
No. $1 million home. That's great. I mean, a lot of people had $1 million homes in 2006.
Well, just to give you an idea, this is 2 doors down. This is 2 doors down from that house.
Holy crap!
Fuck. Buy that.
Is it a crack house?
It's a little bit of cracking apart.
Yeah, buy that and do it. Renovate that shit, son.
I mean, whatever happened to the 3 L's? Location, location, location. How do you have $1 million house right next door to a house like that?
Yo, you can literally buy the material.
Don't know the location.
Here, flip that shit and make like 750 grand.
Because we don't know the location. I mean, this shit could be in like, Silicon Valley or something.
Great, how are you? Yep.
What state is Clay from?
I'm in California.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, shit, California's prices are fucking jacked, bro.
No, but it's an up and coming neighborhood, and yeah, all these houses are getting renovated and sold for lots of money, top dollar. The values are going up and up. It's a great place. I mean, if you like the weather, it's a great place. There's lots of activities, there's lots of culture. You got the ocean, you got all kinds of stuff to do here, but it's very expensive, and the freedom is lacking. So that's why I'm leaving.
So how's the Middle Eastern culture doing?
They seem fine.
What's up with, are you in San Diego? Because that's like one of the most expensive.
No, I'm in the Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Get icy. Hyphy. Yeah, knives is where it's at, man. Compton is Compton in the house. Oh no, you're in Long Beach. It's all right, man. Long Beach in the LBC with so much drama in the LBC. With so much drama in the LBC.
Yeah, I had a feeling that one was going to be expensive because the signs didn't have any price on it. The pamphlet didn't have a price on it. That's why I had to ask. And it is 2 stories.
Now, were most of the houses on the block that nice, or was that the exception?
And it's got all that classic architecture that they were able to save. But that place was kind of falling apart last year, and I guess the owners, got the permits and fixed it up. And that house 2 doors down with the I-beams holding it up is hopefully going to continue to get renovated and fixed up. And it's just one after another, these 80, 90-year-old houses need to be completely redone. So that's what I did for the last 10 years, and I'm just finishing up, and I'm going to sell my house and move to a state with some more freedom. And say
You gotta move to Texas, motherfucker. They got lakes and shit. What about Arizona? They got like Lake Havasu and shit like that.
It's too hot for me down south. I think I want to go north. I've been looking up properties up near the Canadian border. So I hear North Dakota has constitutional carry now. So
Oh shit.
that's on the list. You can get a nice house there for like $40,000.
I thought they got constitutional ugly women too.
If you're not necessarily tied down to a particular job, I mean, you also have Wyoming, Montana.
Oh yeah, I'm going to stay in the West somewhere, but
Where men are still men, and there's no women.
I mean, the Dakotas are very particular as far as where in the Dakotas you are. It goes from pool top flat to the Black Hills.
What? There's black people, you said?
Oh.
Oh.
One thing I've noticed looking at maps is that there's quite a number of large Indian reservations in North Dakota and Montana. And
You also
they're
have-
out by the Canadian border as well.
Depending on how you
make
feel.
boots, bro.
It's also a nuclear designation site because of Minot missile range, and that's where the in-ground ICBMs still are.
Right.
One of the locations.
Right. Minot.
But then again, I said it depends on the location. If you're 300 miles the other direction, probably fine.
Well, I'd definitely love to move to a state that has constitutional carry. I mean, I'd just love to support that kind of political realm, political atmosphere with my tax dollars.
Yeah, but North Dakota makes Illinois look like Florida when it comes to winters.
And some of them would seem likely to go down that road. We got Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Joe Donnelly of Indiana, John Tester of Montana.
But the summers must be nice.
Oh yeah, it's just that your winters also, instead of being like maybe 3 months long, it's more like 5 months.
Okay.
So the winters are longer. They're more colder than certainly where I'm at. I mean, we get minus 20 weather, but we get it for a couple of days, and then every couple of years we might get it for a week or two. They get that as part of a regular winter.
Well, I saw this one parcel on Zillow last night, something like 250 acres for about $1,000 an acre. And
Oh, yeah.
that looks like, hey, I can deal with that much land. I can do it.
Yeah, and you also have the option of you can lease out the land for grazing, yet still use the land for your own personal recreation. So it just has to be in the lease that way. So you can benefit off of owning it, off of using it, and yet have the cows pay your taxes, or the steers.
Talking about the girl.
Whoever leases it is required for fencing. Is required to maintain fencing. So you don't pay for the fencing. You don't pay for anything.
You want to fence me? In a fencing match?
You're offensive. You're offensive to me. I'm saying, you guys want to move to Dakota, bro? There ain't shit out there, bro. You might not even have the fucking internet.
Well, I need at least 50 acres for my training camp, and I'm thinking if I can get 250, then the training camp can be just that much bigger.
What kind of training are you going to do?
Like the movie Survivors?
What fucking training are you
Exactly. Exactly, like
Physical
Survivors. It's going to be the Gun
Why do you need
Channels
all that
training
land?
camp.
What kind of Iditarod training? Why do you need all that fucking land? Dude, fuck that.
I need somewhere for my 50 BMG to shoot out.
Dude, that's tactical bullshit. I mean, Yankee just did a video the other night that was like, training is whack, and you don't, training is so worthless, you should take the cheapest class. That shit was funny. I couldn't even watch the shit. I can't watch the video, but, what was I going to say? Oh, the difference, he was like, just take the cheapest, class, because it's all worthless. I was thinking, the difference between, some high-end training class and some, no-name bullshit class is probably, $150. Fucking hilarious. How much are you going to charge, Clay, for your training class?
I'm thinking 500 a weekend, Valor Ridge pricing.
I'm coming. Fuck that shit. I'll fly to the Philippines first. I'll get some nice hookers. Then I'll bring them with us. We'll have a party. We'll have a train party. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow.
Constitutional carry. That's what I'm looking for.
That's what you're looking for, huh?
In Portland? Oh, you're not in Portland.
No, North Dakota.
Now, I asked Smeggy yesterday, he wasn't quite sure, but if that also included constitutional open carry as well.
I imagine. Although I don't know for sure.
It would seem like a given or a no-brainer, but even Texas didn't have that for a while.
Well, because I'm sure that North Dakota already has open carry. But yeah, I can Google it.
Why they eat beans for breakfast in England?
Protein.
I don't like it.
Good for your stomach. It's a good source of protein.
Makes you fart all day.
Yeah. Nah, it's a good form of protein, and I was reading about the blood. You ever heard about the blood type diet? Like what kind of blood? So you find your blood type, and then it's like.
Oh, I heard about it a little bit, but I find it bullshit because it says I shouldn't eat tomatoes, and that has to be bullshit.
Tomatoes? That's like a non-thing, bro. That's like a fucking fruit.
You're saying that you should not eat them, or you're saying that shouldn't even be counted as a thing you shouldn't eat?
Yeah, it's not even like a thing you shouldn't eat. Like it's just
Right.
a fucking
Well, they're
tomato.
saying
Like
that
if they told you don't eat, why?
Like, I don't know. They give you all these reasons not to eat it. I'm like, well, what the fuck is the point of living a life if you ain't gonna eat fucking tomatoes?
Well, I have a problem. I have a problem with thinking that tomatoes are like an issue, unless you have like acid, like the acidic nature of the shit when it's cooked. You know what I mean? Sometimes I could understand that. I'm just like,
That's why people put sugar in it to neutralize it, but then it ruins
that's
it.
that
I
Philly
can't-
shit, bro.
I can't
Dude, that's
taste
whack as fuck, dude. No one does that.
Yeah.
Only people from Philly and shit do that, like New Jersey and stuff.
People from Atlanta started it.
Sugar in the
It's a
tomato
known
sauce?
fact.
So whack. No
We
way,
got a-
son.
We got an Atlanta Philly face-off.
I saw one time, remember when Armory Channel started doing cooking videos with his wife?
Yeah.
You remember that shit? And then he put a bunch of fucking sugar in the sauce. I almost threw up.
It was like, and this is why I'm fat.
You ever seen the blueberry one? I mean, I guess you guys have watched his videos, but that was the first one I remember. He's like, I'm gonna talk about this Colt or this Kimber or whatever the fuck it was, and he's like, blueberries. Let me tell you about fucking blueberries. I go to get something out of the refrigerator, and my wife's got blueberries in the refrigerator. Fucking blueberries. And then he just goes on talking about the Kimber again.
I remember people used to send him like fucking cereal, like some sort of cereal he used to dig, like Sugar O's or something. Sugar Smacks or some fucking shit.
Oh, dude, if people want to send cereal in to their favorite YouTube celebrities, I like piles of cash in a box. It's pretty hard cereal to find at the stores, but yeah. Any
Just
kind of
add
cash.
your fucking almond milk, dude.
Now, what denominations of Monopoly money do you prefer?
No, real money. It could be from other countries because I'll
Hey,
change it.
it's real in the land of Monopoly.
Real deal money, son. That's what we're talking about.
Did James say that people are only designed to live till their 40s?
No.
And what is the difference between one fiat currency and another? Nothing.
What? No, I want ones that other people accept that it actually has value.
Hey, you will go up to somebody who's playing Monopoly, they'll accept your 500.
I'm playing Monopoly for real money, though. I don't play no Monopoly.
Did you guys watch Thunder Ranch live on Clint Smith live on Facebook last night?
No. Did they get a lot of views on that shit? Or a lot of people?
I don't understand why all these guys are doing it, because they'd be so much better going YouTube live and getting money, dude. Like or just having it there, because Facebook is hard to watch after it's aired.
And it's
Sometimes
it's not archivable. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know why people.
Yeah, it sucks. It's hard to send people. Plus, the quality is downgraded after it's been aired. Unlike YouTube, it's 1080p. It's 1080p, right? Then what was I going to say? But he maxed out at about 200 viewers.
Wow, that's
I just
good.
feel like he would have I think he'd have a lot more viewers if he did it on on YouTube.
But yeah, this is the first time he's done it, though, right?
Not everybody values the OGs. You know what I mean? Like, there's people that ain't gonna care about that. They're gonna want to hear Yankee talk shit about.
Yeah.
these
Why you
music.
don't need training.
Well, or
Well, that's
whatever,
fine,
or
too.
somebody else who's popular. I mean, they're people just don't necessarily like to learn or listen to old guys.
Well, no,
But
he's got two young guys with him that are like the
Well, and he's definitely entertaining to listen to. He's fucking
hilarious. Yeah,
he's a trip. Yeah. There's something about having the confidence of actual legitimacy that you can't fake, and that's pretty good. Go on.
Yeah, he is a funny guy. And then his instructors are nice. His wife is nice. And he's doing an online training, more like lectures and theory stuff or whatever. But
Educational.
I think it's $100, or it's like $30 a month. You can
It's
quit
no
whenever.
different than going to a classroom.
Oh wait, you got to pay to do it?
His online course, yeah. He set up a website now, and he set up an online school, where he never had that before. Like, so it's almost like Panteo. I mean, he used to sell DVDs. You know what I'm saying? Like, he used to sell Urban Rifle 1, and he used to sell all that shit with the old school. What was that publication company? FOB or something.
I don't know.
The big one that owned all the magazines.
Oh, Harris Publication.
I think they had a video thing with him, or they had a video thing with everybody. They had like they were the handgunner magazines and all that shit. And you could still find you could find trailers of them online. And they were good. I've watched them all. You know, they were good stuff. You're bored. You know, it's not like you don't expect anything from it other than and some entertainment, some education. What is it? Edutainment. You know, that's about it. But he's funny. That's like the main draw is that his Clint-isms, his sayings and shit, like they're fucking hysterical. So I do agree though. Yeah, I mean, 200 people watching Facebook Live is not a lot. Larry Vickers is on there doing shit like that, and he gets a couple hundred people too.
G-Webs, when you did, I'm just curious, when you did the AK chat on, I think it was Thursday or whatever, did you just not want to turn on the super fat, I can't talk, super chat aspect? Or
You don't turn it on. You just, once it's on your account, every chat you do is a super chat.
Okay, so you just haven't turned it on for the Gun Websites account?
For gun websites, yes. For gun channels, or I mean for the Daily Gun Show?
No, you did the AK-47 Guru on Thursday,
Yeah,
I think
you
it
do that
was.
on gun gun websites, there.
I got home for like the last 5 minutes of it, and I was just listening, and it was not in that super chat mode.
Yeah, it was. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
When it was live, people were super chatting the shit out of it.
Okay.
I mean, like 30.
Now,
you just have
a week ago Thursday, it was.
Yeah, you can't turn that on and off. It's not something you toggle. It's not something you turn on or off. There's no checkbox. Once it's on your account, every chat you do is a super chat.
Okay.
And it's not something that goes away. So maybe you just didn't see it or something.
Okay.
Maybe they didn't want you to be able to sponsor or whatever, or put money in that.
I'm not worthy.
I don't know.
So that begs the question, why don't you run the Daily Gun Show off of the Gun Website's YouTube account?
Because we did that for a while. It was confusing. We like get branded over there. So we're creating data, and then eventually I'm going to use that account for, well, I am going to use that account when we do Gun Channels Universities, so I can open it up and show people what it's like to start an account and put effort into it, how much money you make. We make $25 a month, I think, or something. So, you know, give people real life. I can put it into gun websites because it's been alive since 2009. And for like a 6-month period, I was with this fucking network. And when I came back off the network, they killed all my stats. So there's like a big chunk of stats missing. And then certain things, I've got like a hole for where, you know, I have my historic numbers, but not all of them. And anyway, and it's also 3,000 videos. It's just complicated and bullshit, where when you go to the Daily Gun Show one, it's nice and clean and little and easy to use as an example. So
yeah, it's also easier for us as hosts to figure out how we're doing as a show versus Gun Websites the channel is doing as a whole.
Yeah, one of 3,000 videos, it's tough to, you can't, the analytics are they're very powerful, but they're not that great where you can go in and say, you can say, I want to see what's on this video, but you can't say, I want to see what's just the results of this playlist or these 100 videos or something. Maybe I could do it under playlist, actually. But anyway, yeah, we can go in. Plus, Dano and everybody has access to that account, so they can link that. Twice this week already, you guys ran it, right? So we're able to keep the show going, even if I'm not able to turn it on. So that works out pretty good too.
GP 100.
Yeah, I saw that come in the focus there. I saw that signature grip of the GP.
Well, when do you think you'll get to 1,000 subscribers on the Daily Gun Show YouTube account?
Yeah.
When do you think that'll happen?
I don't know if we can estimate that. We don't have growth when out there without any kind of indices. You're just fucking shooting fucking randomly. There's no momentum and there's no regularity of subs, so there is no increase in subs. So 0. So never.
So, I mean, this super chat thing is a relatively new element
it's weak.
that could allow you to increase your income, but it's not available for the Daily Gun Show, which, you know, could be a good opportunity for you, you know, to say whoever puts out the next best topic, you know, whoever puts in a $2 topic, we'll talk about it.
No, I don't know. That's an idea, but I don't think that's what we're trying to do with that show. But with 500 something viewers, Yankee didn't bring in $100 with super chatting. Now he didn't try or anything, but I don't know. I just think I haven't thought of a way to make that useful for everybody so that they're getting their $2 worth out. If we had enough viewers, that might be interesting, and it might be necessary if you had enough, but that would be a lot.
I guess I just look at it, although it may be very small, it's still a tributary to the main flow or river, even if it's a relatively small amount.
For sure.
I feel like the super chat is probably there to stay, at least for a while. Maybe it'll get replaced by something else. But
yeah, it will be. And it'll take time for people to figure out what the fuck to do with it. Like right now, I'm thinking all the time about what cool way there is to do it. Like, I don't know, it's not really an auction it wouldn't lend itself to, but there's got to be some kind of a way where by throwing in $1 you participate, or $2 you get two or something slots in some kind of drawing. I don't know. And I don't know if the rules allow you to do that either. I guess we have to figure out what the rules are. But yeah, considering the AK chat, I think people threw in about $30 altogether, and 10 of that is for Z, so $20. And as soon as it ended, it got copyrighted because I played that movie for too long, and so that video will make 0. But even if it wasn't, that video would probably have to be sitting there being watched by people for 30 years before it made $20 fucking. So as far as like income goes, that's gonna dwarf what YouTube could ever pay anybody. I think it'll end up being just people that are, you know, massive audiences. They'll just start seeing $2 and $2 add up to all kinds of money.
Well, I just got an idea. If you ran the tactical quiz with $2 entries only, and then, you know, 5 people put in an answer, and you get $10, and you ship out a patch, and you break even.
You know, it's a weird strategy. I would never go to a show and pay $2 to participate like that.
Well, people have, like, although there would be no guaranteed winner because they'd have to have the right answer, but people do buy like raffle tickets with no chance of necessarily winning.
Well, all right, but then do you want to be a raffle fucking ticket seller?
No, I'm just informing the idea.
Somebody will do it doesn't mean I want to encourage them and participate in the profit off of their choices. I like to offer people that I can feel.
Just trying to explore the idea out loud. That's all.
No, I hear you.
So, how was Bob's reaction were you there for when he shot the big bore 454?
Yeah, Bob just kind of giggles every time he shoots a new gun like that. It's a pretty fun gun to shoot. It's comfortable. It was sort of like a free-for-all. We were waiting for Catch to show up, and then Bob was stressed out about leaving in time to get to the night shoot. And then, so as soon as Catch showed up, they pretty much almost packed up and we left. And then, you know how it is. It went like, oh, here's Catch. Okay, we're leaving. It's like, oh shit, Bob. Like, let us at least get our targets in and like,
say hello to the guy.
Yeah, exactly. So then, and like I say, he was sort of tired and kind of out of it. So, and then they were worried about where they could get something to drink because there was like an hour drive or whatever with nothing, you know, out into the desert. And then they'd hit a town, and then there'd be like a 2-hour drive. Well, not a 2 hour, another hour or something into the desert without any breaks, and then barely a little truck stop, and then they're at that place. So, they were just making sure they had beer, basically.
Now, so did Mika have a chance to fire big bore at all, or?
He shot the revolver once, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like Mika lives in, you know, England or something. He owns an SVD and an AK and 2 Glocks, so it's not like he's never shot a gun. But
that's true.
He wasn't in, like, I guess the mood or whatever. He was like, you know, not unappreciative. He just wasn't. He had to leave right away, drive another 2 hours, and he was, like I say, he's worried about getting out there and being able to enjoy himself, I guess.
Yeah. I flew internationally once over to Europe, and you know, it takes a couple of days to try to get your sleep cycles back into any sort of semblance of normal, and even then, you don't quite feel normal when you get back home.
Yeah, and that's like not even like, oh, I'm out of my normal time zone and I'm sitting here watching TV or something. This is like, I'm out of my normal time zone. I'm traveling between Houston and Dallas, and then I'm traveling between Dallas and Phoenix, and then I'm in a car for an hour, and then I'm going to be in a car for another 2 hours, and then I'm going to be watching a machine gun shoot, and then I'm going to go to sleep. Yeah.
When I went over to Europe, it was kind of like that. As far as almost every day we were driving to the next location.
On a vacation or in the military?
Or the next location. I went with my dad. He was on business.
Oh, okay.
But we'd always make, you know, side trips to see little things here and there.
What years was that? After Cold War?
This was 77.
Oh, shit. That would have been interesting.
Or maybe 78. So, but this is back, you know, when like the cross from France into Germany, you went through, and the border guards had submachine guns, and there were like the wanted posters were right there on the wall of, you know, Red Brigade, you know, terrorist, this person, that woman, this group. You know, driving into Switzerland, you drive through the tunnels to the mountain, but on the French side, which is the way how we got in, is just before you go into the tunnel, and the guy that was guiding us lived in Germany. That's where he grew up. He said, "I want you to look at these things that look like super huge sewer covers just before we get into the tunnel, because they're not. That's actually where the underground explosives are to blow the fucking tunnel."
If the fucking Russians start coming or whatever, like, we blow these tunnels.
Yep, because the Nazis couldn't get in because of the mountains. Could get their tanks, their heavy stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, kind of weird to be driving them every day.
Do you think Mika might have been intimidated a little bit because the people he was meeting up with were all carrying guns?
No. No, not at all.
Is Bob open carrying his single action?
No. Weird. He doesn't want to wear pants, so I guess he doesn't have any place to carry it on.
Wait a second. First it was the shirt. Now he's not wearing pants? What's up with that?
No, he doesn't. But no, he just wears like shorts with like a little string holding him up. So if he was like on a beach bum or whatever.
So they're not even like cargo shorts.
Right. They're just like what you'd wear on the beach, like on vacation.
He's crazy.
He's a Canadian. Certain amount of I don't give a fuck and a certain amount of like, what's that now?
It's like, if this was still the 1970s, I guess I would expect that because that's how people walked around in the 1970s. When it was 95 degrees.
I was gonna say like the 80s, like the Panama Jack type of style. It's Bob's style. He's got that. I think that's a Panama hat, right? That's what you call it.
I think that's a hat called that. I don't know if that's what he wears.
I think it is.
Is he going to go by the Red Dawn rocks on his travels?
Yeah, we're gonna meet up back there because the fucker bought my batteries off of me and then didn't take them with him, so I have to drag them up there. He's like, I don't want to drag your batteries all across the country. You bring them to me when I'm leaving.
So was it your rear end gears that went out, or what was it about your rear axle that went out exactly?
On the cop car?
Yeah.
I went to replace that one bearing that I knew blew out whenever I went to Vegas that time, and I put it back together, but it was leaking. And then when I took it all apart, the axle the bad bearing had grown. What do you call it? Created a groove in the axle, so I needed to replace the axle. So what I thought was going to be just a quick couple hours worth of maintenance was, now I got to go get this axle, and basically you can go to the auto parts store and you can get like a Chinese steel one, and everybody says those wear the fuck out really quick. So instead, I wanted to source a Ford one with a better hardened steel axle, and to buy it from Ford directly at the parts store at Ford is $400 something for that part. So I went to a junkyard and they don't have just the axle. I had to buy the whole back end for $200. So I got the whole back end, took both the axles out of that, and replaced my bad one and my good one because it only has that rear end only had 97,000 miles on it. So that's like 100,000 miles less wear on both of my axles now. So and then I replaced those seals and put everything back together. So it was basically maintenance. It just took 2 days because I had to buy the parts, and then they, once you buy them, then they pull them from the car, and then they call you, and then Bob wakes up, and then I get my part.
So how'd you get the axle back to your house?
I had Bob went over there and got it for me in his truck.
Oh, okay. Because the axle is pretty heavy.
Fuck yeah, it is. Plus, I'm hoping now I can sell the rest of the parts back. I just haven't called over there to find out.
Yeah, I would think the ring and pinion gear you could sell, get a decent price.
Yeah, anything I sell. Well, basically, those axles would have cost me $150 each for an old Ford axle. So for $200, I got 2 of them, and all that rest of that shit. So anything I can get back, anything like $10 is still money back, and that's making those axles even cheaper, right? So basically, I'll just let them take it if they want. But if they'll give me anything for it, I'm trying to get them to buy my van off of me because it's junkyard. And then if they buy my van, they'll just adjust the axle on the back of the van. They can pay me for that too.
Now, in your area, what's common for vehicles that are not running for them to give you? Typically, there's like a flat rate.
Yeah, they'll give you 500. They'll give you 500 no matter what the fuck, even if it's just a shell. So I'm sure I can get that, but I'm hoping they'll give me a little more. Most of the vans go for like $2,000 to $3,000 around here if they run, and like $1,500 even if they don't. So I don't know. I guess they'll do some kind of math on what those parts might be worth in there.
Right. I mean, the other option would be, spend 1 month doing selling parts off out of your out of your driveway, so to speak. And then after 30 days, whatever's left, call the junkyard and get your 500 then. And then whatever you sell in the meantime.
I mean, theoretically, that'd be great. I don't have that kind of time in my life. I got other projects that need to get done, and I don't have unlimited funds. I have very limited time to either start making money or fucking throw it all away and get a 9 to 5 and not do online shit anymore.
Well, I guess I was thinking as far as you would set it up as not you specifically, but the customer would pull it off, not you. So that you just simply collect the money.
I definitely don't want weirdos coming up to my house and fucking using my van as like their pull-apart place. No, I'd rather just get rid of the fucker. And then
this weekend I had a great opportunity.
Is that, do you hear that?
Yep.
Right, I think this works this time.
Word.
Are we gonna get to see it too?
Meow.
No, it fucking glitched last time.
Meow. Is that what you just said, Dano?
You heard me. That was a test.
And I had a great opportunity to drive up to Phoenix to meet up with Gun Channels members from 2 different countries. So Gun Channels is a place we built a while back. It's a community. It's focused on firearms, and it's completely run by and for its members. So 2 of the people that have been members a long time that aren't here in the United States are our friend Mika, goes by Catch on Catch Bay on Gun Channels, and then Biker Bob, co-host of the Daily Gun Show with me. He's down from Canada. Both of these guys are headed up or are at the Big Sandy machine gun shoot this weekend, and so we had a chance to catch up with them as Mika was flying in to Phoenix and grabbing a rental car, and Bob was dragging his camper up. We all met up in Phoenix with Jimmy James. He's the host of the Early Watch Show on Gun Channels. The 4 of us went out to the Ben Avery shooting facility, a big shooting range just north of Phoenix. Brought out a bunch of guns, stuff I thought the guys might not have shot before. So I brought out my 41, of course, my carry gun, and tried out the LAX ammo for the first time. I was finally able to get that out to the range. Also brought out the Raven and 25 ACP, that extended mag. Also brought out some of the 22 mini revolvers. So it was great to catch up and see in person. And of course, we've talked for years online, but always neat to get to shake hands with everybody. Jimmy brought out his Raging Bull, a Taurus in 454. We were shooting the 45 Colts, the regular 454, and then another member of Gun Channels, Sean, had sent Jimmy some reloads, pretty hot stuff, and it was pretty neat to test to compare the recoil between the standard 45 and the 454, and then those reloads. I also brought out the open bolt Mac 11. It's a little 380 pistol, and I don't think Bob, Mika, or Jimmy had ever shot an open bolt before. So although there's not much recoil, the recoil impulse, the perception of the gun in your hands is a little different when it's an open bolt. That mass comes back and stays back, so it just gives you a different recoil. And that was fun to shoot. Bob brought out his VZ58, of course, and his high power and his Rugers. So we had a chance to shoot all different kinds of guns. You can see by all the targets in the background there, it was a very full day at the range. So they were definitely in full mode where they're going to take advantage of all the breaks. And those breaks took a while for that many people to change the target. So we didn't really get as much range time in as we would have liked. And we probably spent more time just BSing and talking than we did filming or anything. So we don't have a ton of footage as far as the stuff we were shooting. But this gives you a taste of it. It's really neat to, again, see some of the members of Gun Channels in person, have a chance to shake hands. These are guys that we've known online for years now, and hopefully it encourages others to get together and meet up. It certainly isn't the first time people have got together in real life out at the range, but definitely a fun experience. So Bob and Mika are already at Big Sandy. They left from the range here and headed up, and were able to experience the night shoot on Friday, and that sounded like a lot of fun. They actually went online right after from Bob's camper, and had a pretty good internet connection this time. So we got a sit rep of what happened at the night shoot, and get to hear his reaction to it. Then today they'll be watching the 2 daytime shoots, the morning shoot and the afternoon shoot. Then Mika heads back to Dallas and then back to Finland. Bob will be farting around the United States here for a bit. He'll head out to the big Wanamaker gun show and then down through Texas and back up to Canada. Oh, this is a neat little brass picture I saw one of the other people there shooting. I'm going to do more research on that. I liked it. Anyway, everybody had a good time. The truck or the car ran well. Bob's truck ran well. Looking forward to more events in the future. Thanks for watching.
The guys and gals at gunwebsites.com encourage you to take a CCW class every year, practice at least once a month, and carry every day. Thanks for watching gunwebsites.com.
I like that picture of everybody like in front of the van and the dog out there. And
ran well. Looking forward to more events in the future.
Yeah, there was, I don't know if you could see somewhere in here.
It was an upside down frame.
Or
yeah, and whenever I put it the other way around is when it glitched.
We were shooting the
Like,
45.
fuck it, just leave it like that. Plus, that gives something for people to like freak out about. Oh, is it one?
Nice.
There's like a big like logo. I don't know. I can't make this thing play.
11, so a little 3
Over on the wall. Oh, whenever there's that video of them like 3 talking to each other.
Gun channels. The 4 of us went out to the Ben Avery grabbing a rental. We had a chance. Nelson and our friend Mika goes.
There's a place where they're standing there talking, and on the wall back there, there's like a big ass oh, Mika just left, Bob says. So I guess he left way early. So did it already show? I just looked at my phone. Where those 3 guys are standing there talking, and I kind of swing around. No, it's not. So here. Oh, I think that's after the. Right here. Oh, you can't really tell. Behind Bob there on that concrete wall, there's a big ass logo. Oh, there it is. That logo on the wall. I was like, oh, hey, go stand by that logo, and that'll be a good picture or whatever. And then Mika's like, yeah, okay, great. And then he like left. So I was like, fuck, I need to get a picture of it. Proof of Mika. I guess right there's proof of it right there.
Yeah.
So Flippy
I was
can't.
like, when you posted the picture on Instagram, I was like, who the fuck's that hipster? And then I was like, oh, Mika.
Like just some hipster came up and stood there while we were talking.
well, that was cool that you know, obviously for you guys to meet him, but I just imagine it's even more cool for have it reverse, that he was able to work in a gun part of his vacation.
He's got to make his whole life, man. I don't know. I think so. I think he's halfway kicking himself because he just did it on a lark. It sounds like, you know, these people were going and they're like, hey, it'll share expenses. It'll be cheap. He's like, oh, that sounds good. I'll go see Nathan and Edge. And then I think he's kicking himself that he didn't realize that this was there and make a bigger, you know, deal of it or whatever.
Right.
Take more advantage of it, I guess.
Now, did he ever happen to catch up with Nathan or?
He said no on Nathan. I don't know about with Edge. I think they. I don't know. He didn't say nothing about it. At least I don't remember him talking about Edge.
I think he even brought a belt or a holster for Nathan to repair.
Mm-hmm. That's why Nathan's like, no, I'm busy.
Because they would have had to take off work to be able to meet you guys.
Flat earthers. I think these Beretta APX pictures put me over 24,000 followers.
Nice.
Now those hills in the background of that range, that scrub brush that's on those hills, is that like as high as your calf or how?
Yeah, knee maybe.
Okay. So you definitely need a pair of boots to keep stuff from scratching your ankles.
Indians walked around with just
Now, do you guys have the kind of bushes where you need something better than jeans to walk through it? Otherwise, it's going to poke right through.
No, not really. I mean, there's cactuses, but unless you're dummy, you're not going to walk up into a cactus. So
I think it's mostly sagebrush.
it's yeah, that's what you. It's like tumbleweeds before they die.
So sage is pretty soft, and while it may look like the land is covered with them, they're actually pretty sparse, and so you can easily just walk in between and walk on sand the whole time.
You're gonna walk on every once in a while like a piece of dead wood or like cactus thing that can fly in or a chunk of rock. But yeah, it's like you'd never touch a plant if you didn't want to, unless you. I mean, there's obviously patches where it's more dense, but I don't know if you can tell. No, over here it's fake because it's all a bunch of grass in between and those flowers. And that's all different. When it's down there, I'm sure it's got more water, but most of that's just grass on that hill. Actually, go back to it. Was this thing just playing a loop when I'm not looking at it?
I wasn't sure if that was you moving it around.
Well, right now I am trying to get
that photo right there. I think that's such an iconic, cool photo. So who is it that's holding Oro?
That's Jimmy James, host of the early watch. And that's Bob.
Okay.
That's Mika. That's my cop car. That's Bob's truck. That's Bob's camper. That's my dog. And then that's Mika's rental car.
But I think it's kind of cool how all three of them have like a different pose, kinda.
Yeah.
Because they're from 3 different countries.
3 different types of stuff. There's Bob, your recluse, is how he's trying to get the way in his truck, trying to probably pull something. And then there's Mika, who's like, I'm just casually observing all the rest of what's going on. And then there's Jimmy, right in the middle of it, getting things done. So let's see, this is mostly like dirt, and then this is grass, basically. This will be like those bushes are maybe as big as your knee, not even, but like clay sand. You can just walk right through it without ever touching a bush. I mean, if you feel like going in a straight line, you just walk through the bushes, but if you didn't, you could just walk around them. And then these are saguaro cactuses.
Now, due to, I have no idea how common things like snakes, scorpions, etc. are. Is that the reason that you would walk around all the way around to try to find an access road?
No, that's the reason you carry a gun.
There's no snakes out there at all, and there's no.
Are you going to shoot a scorpion?
There's no scorpion.
Usually they only come out at night, but the snakes come out at the daytime.
All right, I've lived out here since fucking the 80s, no, the early 90s, so a long time. And I go out in the desert all the fucking time. Not anymore, but back in the day, I used to constantly go out in the desert when I had nothing else to do. And I've seen like 3 scorpions ever. None of them were out in the desert. They're all around houses. And that's still like living out here, 3 scorpions ever. And then snakes, like 5 or 6 of constant hunting and doing shit outside. Those critters have nothing to do with you. They don't want to come out and look at you. The only time you ever find them is if you surprise them, maybe. And they ain't out hanging out in people tracks or even out in the world where like anything, like a cow could walk up and kill them or a coyote come up and eat them.
They're usually in and around rock outcroppings.
Yeah, whatever. They're not.
And they use the rock in the sun to regulate their temperature because they're cold-blooded.
Yeah, that's
so if you spend any amount of time around rock outcroppings, it's only a matter of time until you come face to face with one.
Yeah, bullshit. What do you think there is? I'd stand out in the middle of the barren desert. That's where you hang out in the Arizona, is in the rock outcroppings. And I'm saying you have to try hard to find snakes. They got no interest. That might be biologically how they work, but they got the whole world to hang out in. So if you're over here making noise and walking, I mean, if you're fucking Tonto, you're going to sneak up on shit. In real life, you're just walking along. They hear you when we're over here. They hear you from over here. And by the time you get here, they're gone. And then by the time you get here, you didn't even know they were there. And then by the time you're over here, they know it and they came back and doing whatever shit they do. But they got no interest in being around any of us. So like I say, if you want to find them, you got to like know what their holes look like. And then you got to sit there and watch the hole or set up a camera. But it's not like there's any danger of catching any kind of wildlife or being around any kind of wildlife out there, almost at all. you'll see more birds and shit than anything because they can fly around above you and not give a shit what you're doing. But most critters, you can't walk through this without being heard, and they leave.
So, Dano, when are you coming out to the West for vacation?
I don't know. Someday I'd like to. I'd like to see the Grand Canyon. I'd like to see aspects of. It's not so much this particular state as it is parts of the few parts remaining that are like reminiscent of the Old West, things like that.
What do you mean, like ghost towns?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tougher and tougher. It's still possible, but
right,
less and less.
There's like very little left.
Yeah, that they just have disappeared in the weather or whatever. So
right.
the few that are around are like foundations and shit, and then there's some that are, what do you call it, like preserved, but then they're mostly touristy and stupid.
Yeah.
But that's not, I can't say that I've been to every like state park and seen what the government has preserved. That might be more like museum like. But the private stuff that's preserved is like kind of cheesy. It's more for like international tourists, I think, where like, oh, look, cowboy hat. That's America. Or like, that's a cheesy ass cowboy hat. That ain't legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a video on like all the guns I brought that we didn't shoot. Because Jimmy's the same way. He's like, yeah, I brought a shit ton of guns thinking we were gonna shoot for a while. We ended up shooting maybe an hour with Bob, but like one session, 15 minutes with Mika.
Uh-huh.
So it was like, okay, we could have brought like, 2 guns and not had to bring like these massive bags. Plus when we got there, that range is fucking huge. You could tell we're like 1 or 2 benches away from being on the east side wall. And whenever I show across there, like when Bob's shooting that Mac 10, yeah, see how like we were on row 64, so there's probably 75 or I guess 70 lanes, and we're on 64 and 65, so we're like close to the edge, and the thing is sort of in the middle where you come in, so you had to walk like 30 lanes down, carrying this massive thing of guns, and then long guns and stuff, and then Bob. He's like, he gets there, he knows damn well he wants to leave in an hour, and it's like 3:15 or something by the time he's unloading, and he gets out like every gun he's got like 2 big boxes and his gun case, his rifle case, and then ammo, I guess, and then we have to walk it like 2.5 fucking miles down to the end of the thing, and then we pull it all out, bang, 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 fucking put it all back together and drag it all back out. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, that it sounds like you brought enough to really should have been, 3-4 hours.
Yeah, if we would have been thinking and done it like on a Tuesday where you pay the $7 and you got all day, and then bring lunch, right, and then just like hang out and take breaks and not skip a session or 2 and just bullshit, and then put up cameras on tripods and take actual video. That would have been, the way to do it, I guess.
Well, it sounds like you were working around Mika's schedule, and I'm not sure why he showed up later than Bob, if you were all going together.
He got into town at 1. We were already eating at 1, and then wait for him. And we knew it would take some amount of time to get off of a plane at a big airport, and then find a trailer, or what do you call it, rental car place, to get your car and all that. Even if that shit's speedy, it takes time. And then you got to drive out of the airport and set up your GPS. And then, I don't know how familiar he is.
So he was just behind. I didn't realize it. I thought he had gotten in earlier and was hanging out with you guys earlier, but
no.
That's
really got in.
His schedule. I mean, he has an hour to shoot.
But then
that's pretty much all I like to do when I go to the range. I like to shoot for about an hour and then take off because I get bored fast. And I'm usually only shooting 1 gun.
Well, that's your.
So yeah, I mean, if you
know, this is people that you've known for years online and shooting a 2 big giant bags, 3 big bags of guns.
If you, I mean, I'm just thinking, if you only knew you're going to have like an hour or so, then I would have only brought a few guns each, and between all 3 of you, you could have.
That's what we just fucking said. If we fucking would have known that, that's what I just said.
Right.
We would have brought like 2 guns.
But
Anyway,
you didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. He left the airport at like 1:30 or whatever, or maybe 2, and then there was a wreck on the highway. Is what I was trying to say. So he got to sit in a fucking behind a wreck on the highway for however long.
Those Phoenix drivers, man, I tell you what.
And they drive like shit, I guess. So, yeah, what we should have done is just not eat and go straight to shooting, and then me and Bob and Jimmy could have at least shot for a while.
You know, that is the one time I will advocate for a drive-through in those sorts of situations. It's like I can eat in a car on the way there because it's more important for me to spend the afternoon doing this other thing than it is sitting down and eating.
Yeah, Bob's Canadian diabetic, where like, or else old man diabetic, where like he needs to sit down and eat breakfast, or else he freaks out for the rest of the day. Like he talks about the day, and he's like, everything is his excuse. He didn't sit down and eat breakfast. So we also needed to meet, and that was a way to meet without me just sitting in a parking lot. Like, okay, well, let's meet. And then,
But they do have, you know, breakfasts that you can drive through as well.
I've never seen Bob do that though.
Not with a camper.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can get an orange juice. You can get a sausages McMuffin with egg sandwich. I mean,
Yeah, you can't drive through a McDonald's with a fucking 25-foot camper.
You can
well, yeah. Well, then you walk up, you order it, and then you get back in the truck.
Okay, you were saying drive-through, so I'm just telling you logistically.
You're right. I forgot about the camper.
But yeah, I mean, he's got that whole camper. Why can't he just make his own breakfast? And
that's what I'm saying. What the fuck? I've never
you guys
seen
are eating pancakes at 2 p.m.
I've never seen Bob go to a fucking like McDonald's or something for breakfast. He either makes it himself or else he goes to like, you know, a place to eat breakfast at.
Yeah, I realize it's not the best, but sometimes it is the best option.
It was not the best option. And drive-thrus are never the best option. That's crap food.
Actually, you can get a salad.
Well, as an example, like when I went out to Tulsa and we had the gun channel shoot, I much rather would have had a crappy lunch and had the whole afternoon to shoot the guns and had a nice lunch and then only had an hour.
I hear you. Or not neat.
You know, I'm with Dano on this one. I go to drive-thrus all the time. I get a chicken sandwich or I get a salad, and it's perfectly fine. Once in a while, I'll get a burger. Like, it's not terrible. There was an article in the paper today of some woman who's worked at a McDonald's for 40 years and eats a meal there every shift.
That's horrible.
So it can't be that bad if this woman's lived until 90.
Whatever. In spite of it, yes, big deal.
They said the double cheeseburger I just read in an article is the most nutritious thing you can buy for the price.
And that was just happened backed by the meat and dairy industry.
I mean, the last time I went to a drive-through was in Tulsa. I mean, I don't go there very often.
Good. You live longer. You live longer than that 9-year-old lady who's tried to kill herself every day.
But there are times where I just need to fill a hole because I've got more enjoyable things to do. What are you snickering about?
It's times you just need to fill a hole. You like to walk right into those, don't you?
I do. Meow.
That was gay, meow.
Hey, don't judge the tendencies of which way the cat walks.
All cats are gay. That's the way it is.
I don't know if my cats know they're gay yet.
Depends on which ear is pierced.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't even like going to sit down restaurants at all. There's something about like I've got to sit and wait and deal with a waitress and get extra water. What is all this like looking around at other people and waiting and
Yeah.
it's so and I know people that won't go through the drive-through. They think it's savagery to eat in the car. But I mean, I do it all the time.
I guess the purpose of them when they first started was because that place had something special.
Right.
Now it's just like a freaking gathering of
It's like, oh, they got this really excellent
free
omelet, and they're the only ones that make it.
Yeah, comes in a bag. The cook just tosses it in the microwave. Like Friendlies, I guess, is still legit.
Yeah, I mean, it's the concept of like a fast food place of stop parking, going in, sitting down, ordering at the counter, getting your food, sitting down and eating it. Is that a better experience than just driving through and eating in your car? Like, I don't understand why you'd want to enjoy the atmosphere of a fast food restaurant because like in plastic chairs and like I just feel really awkward eating inside a fast food restaurant.
Wi-Fi.
If I'm on, like driving, going from a long distance drive, I want to get out of my freaking car. My back is bothering me. I'm tired of sitting in those seats. I want to get out. I want to stretch. I want to move. I want to sit somewhere other than in my car seat. Not my car seat. Yeah, my car seat.
Car seat.
Yeah, Dano's got a special little, booster seat.
But yeah, sit somewhere where like the consequences of you not paying attention aren't death. It's like that after a while. After a couple of hours of like having to pay attention, to just like be able to sit there and not have to pay attention to shit.
Yeah, where literally you have to look forward the whole time.
See, I'm just afraid if I get out of the car and start lollygagging about, I'm going to lose my edge. And I'm not going to, have the focus that I need when I get back in and go road warrior.
If you treat edge right, you won't lose them.
Mm-hmm. You won't lose your edge. You don't have to worry. He's there for you every Friday. Did you see Marco's poster? He's doing that 3-gun out of his pocket.
No.
He's running around doing a 3-gun match or some shit, or running some kind of a
You got a link
drill.
so we can enjoy?
No, it's on Instagram. It's on my phone. Anyway, he's grabbing his mag out of his pocket. It's funny. Foos is probably freaking out.
Now, what is Marco's channel on Instagram?
He's got it on the gunchannels _1.
Okay. Now, is that different than gunchannels _?
That is gunchannels _.
Okay, because I'm following him, and I just want to make sure I had, and I just didn't see it. Was this like just today?
He just posted it right now. I don't know when he did it. He was down in Florida, so maybe he's doing it in Florida.
Oh, I see a video. Is it like 17 seconds? Oh, putting the Glock in. Is it putting the Glock in a like an SBR frame or something?
No, that's Tac Daddy's. It looks like he's standing there with a gun on a barrel. Maybe it's old. I don't know. They just showed it to me right now.
Well, the first thing he did wrong is he's left-handed.
Yeah.
Stop that. I don't want to hear that left-handed shaming.
If it wasn't wrong, they wouldn't call
Or
it.
the 9mm crap either. I got no tolerance for that crap.
There's a right hand and there's a wrong hand.
Oh. There's an interesting video. Somebody walking in a room and they got all their rifles on the wall.
Yeah, that's at Century.
And then a whole bunch on a carousel.
They went into the room at Century.
Oh, okay.
When you think about that, that's the room at Century. I guess I haven't been able to take video of every room I've been into, but that's very, very interesting how their room is, let's say.
Huh.
With them gold AKs.
So Marco posted it as gunchannels _, not as himself. Correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just still trying to find it. Oh, there's the photo from yesterday that you took.
It sounds like you're watching it.
No, that's somebody else.
Oh, that was me.
I guess I could tag you on it. Hold on. If I can find it again.
Tag the girl Lola.
Shit. I looked at it, so now it won't show it to me again, I think.
Okay, I think I see it. It's at first I thought it was Foos.
Yeah, it looks like it's Foos or somebody running around.
From the back.
Yeah. Except that he's going all slow. And he's reloading out of his pocket.
Yeah. He's like two-stepping the run from box to box. Like it's been a while since he ran.
What's a candle boy?
I have no idea.
I don't even know if I want to look that shit up. All kinds of weird
Like a
shit.
hashtag. It's pretty weird.
So when you miss a target, does that just count against your time, or is there a penalty?
The penalty is time. So if you get a miss or a no shoot, they'll like add 10 seconds to your shit. So there's like no way you can win when you start missing shit.
Okay.
When someone is super fly, they call me Candle Guy simply because I am on fire. It's like the opposite. You can't just call yourself cool by using some stupid word.
What the hell?
Damn it. You getting this White House letters now?
Yeah, like every day. What's up with that?
Fucking probably because of signing that fucking petitions.
Jesus. I thought I opted out of like any kind of.
Yeah, I would have thought I did too.
Well, if you go to the bottom, there should be like an unsubscriber thing.
Yeah, there is.
Yankee Marshall with his freaking cat.
I opted out of it. Fuck you, White House, telling me what the fuck you're doing.
It's not real. It's not really what you're doing.
Fake White House news.
Tell me Trump's golf score every day. Unsubscribe from all. Thank you. You're welcome.
David's sitting there playing with this cat that keeps on biting him. He says, "Oh, he's just playing. He's just playing." He's like, "No, he's trying to eat your fucking hand."
Talking about bouncy road boners. If there is something that happens to a man when he's in a car that's going down a bouncy.
What the shit?
Uh-oh. Coyotes are doing something. That's weird. Hear a bunch of them making ruckus in the middle of the day. Must be eating something. Or there's like 2 coyote packs having a big fight. Assholes.
Any idea how long ago it was that Marco got into Century?
This weekend, I think. Or this week. When he's down there.
Pretty sweet.
Why don't you go to sleep, old man?
Gang! Gang, gang, gang. Yo, y'all see that shit? Look at this. There's a car stopped in the middle of the road. I think the cop let somebody else, I think he had somebody else pulled over there. There's this dude right from a cop. And if he gets away with this because the cop's pulled over somebody else, that's funny. Wow. I'm not even home for this. Wow. Got away with it. Look, there he goes. Bye. Got away with it. Oh, it's just no U-turn. Fuck. Yeah, I want to get away with this shit. Wow. Look at that.
So, I think evolution of these mini revolvers at this point. And Baker, or that they were created. Then we'll take a little quick look, or a little closer look at the major players. So to begin with, the tiny revolver literally dates back to the first cartridge ever developed, the 22 short in 1857, and the first cartridge revolver developed for that cartridge, and that was done by Smith & Wesson in 1857. So literally the first revolver designed for a cartridge and not black powder was for the 22 short, and that again was a tiny little. Let's take a look at tiny modern revolver, the first cartridge revolver.
Yeah. Right, Ripley? All right, I'll just go out. Calm down. How'd you like the car wash? Yeah. Right, Ripley? All right, I'll get you down. Calm down. How'd you like the car?
Did you guys see on Instagram the short vid Schwell put up there has two like puppies in the back?
Huh?
Do you follow Schwell on Instagram?
Yep.
You see there's a short little vid with two puppies in the back of his car.
Yep. Well,
Do you
I
have
don't
any
know.
idea what breed those dogs are?
I think they're Rottweilers. I thought
Okay.
they were Dobermans, but they don't look like Dobermans anymore.
But sometimes when they're puppies, they have puppy faces.
Yeah, but they're too fluffy for to be Dobermans. They look like my baby Rottweiler was.
Okay.
But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not following this guy. Candle boy. Weird ass shit. Alright. Gun channels. If you go back on his account, you can see the one where they get them.
Like the car wash. Yeah. Right, Ripley?
I don't know. They could be Dobermans, I guess, but they left their tails
All right,
on.
I'll get you down. Calm
Weird
down.
as shit.
How'd you like the car wash? Yeah.
There's a video where he gets them, though. I think they say. Could have been that far ago. Maybe it was, I don't know, here. Or maybe he just says what they are. I guess they are a while back. New members of the Schwell shooting team. Maybe this one. It says Rotties with tails. Nobody corrected them. That's what I think they are. I wouldn't leave tails on dogs, though. I don't believe in that.
This was a good idea. Look at brother's face.
are you watching, Dano?
I'm watching this video on Instagram. Schwell was reposted 18 hours ago. 2 kids, I don't know, 6, 7 years old, hard to tell. They look like they're covered in mud, but it's freaking paint.
Weird.
They smeared paint all over their faces, their hair, their necks, their arms, their legs.
It's one of them like, what did you do to your brother? Like, I didn't do it.
Yeah. Who got the paint out?
Oh, he got
My
the paint.
brother did.
He said to do it.
How'd he get it out?
Yeah, I think my sister
Both
did
of you
that.
guys are in big trouble.
With a Sharpie. Colored her face in.
I don't know which is worse, the actual paint. What are you gonna? Because you got to use paint thinner. I don't know what else you'd use.
You gotta use something natural.
I mean, if it's latex paint, they're lucky, but it looks like brown and green paint, which I was assuming is enamel.
Just saying these kids are gonna have problems when they grow up.
Well, they might have really dry skin for a couple of weeks.
Got a great show lined up for you here today.
Was there anything good in the second WikiLeaks? Dark Matter, Vault 7, Dark Matter.
I didn't know there was an additional release.
Yeah. Nobody cares.
When did that happen?
A couple days ago.
Yeah. Well, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
You driving today?
Yeah, I'm driving.
All right, make money.
Yep.
Have fun.
Driving my car.
What does Rothschild know about March 15th?
What?
I don't know. It's the title to a video. Tyrants are people too.
Tyrants have feelings.
Tyrants' lives matter.
Hashtag.
Hate this guy. Hashtag, your mic is really low. Knives. Just letting you know.
Hashtag don't mic shame me.
His mic is still the same. He just has his head in his shell.
Oh. You just dangle your mic into your shell hole.
And start to echo.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I'd imagine that turtles would go in their shell, and that would be their home, right? They would shrink down. They'd have a little TV in the kitchen. A bathroom. A blender.
Fucking refrigerator and shit.
No. They're not that rich. Who is this shopping? Clay?
Yeah, that's Clay. Hey, Moon.
No.
How you like Ghost Recon Wildlands?
It's a little boring. There's no verses. You know what I mean? It's all co-op. Not single player.
It's boring after a while.
Yeah, it's not bad. It just doesn't move along fast enough.
I heard they still trying to fix it.
Oh, shit.
Hey, yo, did Trump care pass?
No.
How badly did it fail?
Valerie Vaughn did a quarter with my birth year, 1978. Skull head. It's pretty fancy. Pretty fancy. I'd accidentally spend that quarter in like a machine somewhere. Hell is Earth Hour, March 25th. Turn out your lights from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. Fuck off. I'm gonna light up. I'm gonna buy more lamps just for that day. Fuck you. That's today, isn't it? Yeah. How's about now?
You guys want to see another open house?
No, I don't want to see another $1 million row home.
Row?
Are you on a bicycle?
We muted you because you're running so fast that the wind's blowing past.
Yeah, like the Flash.
Run around in a circle, make time go backwards. I'm gonna go grab a lottery ticket. I can't see why you wouldn't be rich if you could run around the world and make time go backwards. Is this where Phil House was filmed?
I think that was in San Francisco.
That's where he lives.
Oh.
You can tell by all the wires. Is this him running or the fuck? No, skateboard? Oh, I bet he's skateboarding.
No, he's rollerblading.
Yeah, inline skates. Like orange laces.
He's one of them dicks that rides in the middle of the fucking road.
He's got to be on a bicycle. Let's see if he does a jump. If he does like a tabletop. Maybe it is roller skates then. The way he's going back and forth.
Didn't the last gun shop in San Francisco shut down?
No, he's just flying. What he's doing? He's falling this whole time. He's been falling. I know he's on a bicycle. Oh, he almost biffed.
Holy shit.
That's what you get for driving on a bicycle. You got no business. What are you doing on the road? What the fuck? What are you doing? You don't give a shit. You just drive where the fuck you want. I got mine on gun channels. Got my way.
I thought he was going to bunny hop an oncoming car.
This is like the live version of the movie Rad.
The updated version. Made by,
if he was hardcore, he'd jump off of the back of that Jeep up onto that slanted roof and then start like riding on the roofs.
Yeah.
Jumping in between. Look at that car right there. You should sketch off of that.
We want to see some more action.
Here, do some kind of cool wicked jump off of here.
Yeah. Throw a grenade in someone's window.
This is like hardcore Henry. Do something hardcore.
Yeah.
I wonder if he can hear us.
This is softcore.
He just hit that thing and fell down? For real?
Holy
Did
shit.
you just do shit? You okay, man?
Softcore Henry.
So bad. I think he did hit that pothole.
It's like,
Are you okay?
That's what you get for riding a bicycle, I guess. That truck hit him. Should have been sketching on that truck. He wouldn't have to worry about that. Holy crap. How old is Clay? 60?
Yeah. 665.
Trying to outdo Bob.
Clay, keep your eyes in front of you.
Watch where you're rolling.
Dude's gonna flip over the front of a car.
Oh, he's going out to rip off flyers. What's the scam? What does he do? Calls that number and then like makes an appointment and then lives there for a week?
This is actually a really nice house that I've passed by so many times, and they're asking $900,000.
Let me see.
Seems like a shit. It's like $1 million.
I like the stairway. Is that right on the corner?
Yeah, for $1 million, I ain't walking up fucking stairs every time I have to go home.
Yeah, we need a ramp. Put in there ASAP.
Look how little that is for $1 million. Holy crap!
Holy shit! I would put a second story on there.
Do you own the mineral rights or something for $1 million? What's the viable?
Sweet Jesus! Not if a puddle like that forms in front of my house.
You got people skating board in front like this?
And that mural would have to go.
You got the shit in that plastic box outside?
That's the neighborhood bathroom.
I got to go walk down the stairs to outside to go shit in a plastic box. I'll be back.
Just jackhammered a hole through the sidewalk into the sewer system. Put a porta potty over top.
No, I was looking earlier when he was walking around. There's these little access holes to like their water meters. I would just poop into those. That's more civilized. Then you're not leaving poops on the ground. See, like there's a water meter hole right there. That's what they were doing in Tucson. They had these like homeless people that were protesting the fact that people don't like them being homeless or something. So they.
Hey, look at this. You got your very own neighborhood dive shop. This place has been here forever.
Are you right by the ocean or something?
Sweet. Maybe you'll catch a UFO on tape.
Oh, he's in. Where's that? Wherever touch is.
The Full House.
There's a windmill in there.
What's that name? Oh, he's in.
If they didn't notice. He couldn't handle all the windmillage.
Did you guys enjoy that wipeout I had back there?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you try and bunny hop a pothole.
You really fell?
No, the phone fell though.
Oh.
Yeah, this is an up and coming neighborhood too. See that building right across the street? That's all modern like.
Is there a bike lane?
Yeah.
Is this
Want me to ride down it?
a sustainable development neighborhood?
Oh yeah, this is definitely a sustainable community.
Agenda 21, New World Order. We're all gonna die. Because you're complicit in the bike lane. That's not even a wide enough bike lane. You should be able to do doubles. Double spiking.
Yo, Moon, I just went to the gun shop, and they had the fucking Beretta there. It was the worst fucking trigger I've ever felt.
I told you it was weird.
It's more than weird. The shit was like the fucking worst. The guy, he was just being like real coy about it, and he's like, yeah, check it out. He's like, it's got a new trigger system, like, whatever. And I'm like, okay. So I shoot it, and I'm like, oh my god, this is like shit. And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. I wasn't gonna, he wanted to see what my honest opinion was before he said it. I was like, this is like horrible. The fucking reset.
What's wrong with the
I mean,
reset?
there is a reset, but when you shoot it from reset, it still feels like spongy and shit.
No.
I was like, I said, is it maybe this one? Maybe it's just the one sitting in the showcase, I was like, because he says he's got 15 of them.
Yeah, I don't think the trigger's that bad at all. It feels weird. It feels different than any other Glock.
Maybe because it's fat. It's like really fat too, right? It looks.
Yeah, I had to get used to it and just put my finger on the very bottom of it and just slide it across the bottom of the trigger guard, and it was fine.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was, because the whole thing just felt strange. The trigger felt like super thick or something. Like,
yeah, it is fat. It's wide.
It's like a fat, wide trigger, and then I just thought it was going to be like, because that's the way they advertise.
I knew it. Because when I watched Mac's video, he said it's not as good as a PPQ or a VP9, but it's better than an M&P and a Glock. I wouldn't agree with the Glock part, but the M&P I agree with. And they said it was 6.5.
The new Glock, the new M&Ps they're not so bad. The trigger, I was dry firing one of those. I was just like fucking shocked, man. SCZ better be the shit.
Yo, Robbie,
Should be. None of them are going to beat the Glock.
I mean, PPQ's better than a Glock. The VP9 was better than a Glock. The trigger, not the gun. I'm trying to think what else was kind of the shit. I don't know. Nothing you can do, man. There's nothing you can do. Like, if you don't like that trigger, you can't change nothing.
What? What trigger?
The Beretta. Like, if I don't like my Glock trigger, I can get a trigger, I could get a connector, I could do...
Oh, Apex is making a trigger.
For the Beretta?
Yeah, they posted it on their Instagram.
Oh, shit. That's fucking... That's slamming.
I don't think it needs it. I think the draw for this gun was the low bore axis and the modularity. So hopefully they come out with like a compact kit.
This grip, the grip was cool. I thought the grip was okay.
Yeah, I put the big back strap on.
Oh, man.
I was looking at the inside of the Beretta to find out where the contact points are on the trigger. And that the plunger is not like a little circle. It's like a weird rectangular thing.
Yeah, that's how the new Glock's gonna be too. Like the 43. You got a 43, right? It's like a little fucking weird square thing. It sure doesn't spin when it's getting pushed up. I guess if it like turns a little bit, it can give it a shitty feel. That's the only reason I can think of it. The fucking VP9 has it too. It's like a VP9 has this like fucking weird swivel thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
You know, the dude told me today again. He thinks he's worked with Glock for a long time over here. He don't work there no more, but he's a cop and he runs the blue label shit for the area, the law enforcement stuff. And he said that the Gen 3s, he's positive Gen 5s are coming out at the NRA show. That's what he told me. He spoke to somebody there. But he's like, out of all the Glocks they have, they got like 2 Gen 3s in stock. And he's like, he's almost positive this will be it, like the final year for Gen 3s. He said they were only really making...
Said there was that what the hell was that leak a long time ago about the 43 or something maybe?
No, the leak was that at SHOT they were going to do the Gen 5, which is the 17M and the 19M, but they weren't ready for SHOT, I guess, or whatever the fuck. I mean, those guns, I think those are the FBI guns. They got like 100,000 fucking guns to fulfill orders on, and then law enforcement too. And who knows if the Gen 5 is going to have the traditional rifling, and I don't know, maybe.
Yeah,
it's coming.
There's things that were like specially requested, like the ambidextrous slide lock or whatever,
and
the regular rifling, the button rifling.
That was specific for the FBI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they don't do the... Nah, who fucking cares? I kind of like the polygonal rifling. I wouldn't cry.
What are you doing?
And it didn't look like any more pieces. We counted them pieces. The slide lock's still one piece. It's just like a U shape, wishbone shape.
Oh no, it's the same as fucking. It's like the same as the 43. It's just a big beefier gun.
A 43.
Yeah. Have you ever taken apart a 43?
No.
It's weird. The trigger bar goes into the connector in a weird way. Like the trigger.
Yeah, there's no spring.
There's no trigger spring. It's like it's a weird thing. Anyway, it's like that, and then there's only 2 pins on the 43, and the slide lock, the slide lever, the slide stop, has a gigantic spring in it, and to push the pin through it, you need to like press down on the slide stop lever so that the spring gets compressed, and then you can stick the pin through the hole in the frame. Anyway, it looks exactly the same as that. It's just like so it's actually probably less parts than a Gen 4.
Yeah, it's got one pin, one trigger pin, and then it's going through that ambidextrous slide stop or slide lock.
Yeah, the recoil spring is they said slightly longer than the Gen 4s, so I don't think the barrels are going to be interchangeable. The springs definitely won't be. Anyway, it only makes sense, man. I'm shocked that they made the Gen 3 for this long. It's been like fucking 7 years, man.
It's the perfect Glock.
It is a good one.
The only thing that would be like better maybe is a Gen 2 with an accessory rail. If you don't like finger grooves.
Oh yeah. We'll be at NRA show. Something will be there. Either the M's showing off that they got the FBI contract after the loss of the Army shit.
And they should bring their Navy SEALs there too.
Oh my god, yes. They should just have dudes walking around with beards.
Are you going to Wanamaker, DB?
No, it's too far for me.
DB. I'm at Catch. Proof of Catch.
Oh yeah, he's a real person.
Confirmed. I seen him with a gun. There was no newspaper, but I was there, and I'm pretty sure that day happened.
I figured he was real.
Yep.
Yeah, I had no reason to disbelieve in Catch. I'm glad he's a real person now.
Well, Bob's going to be at Wanamaker, so I think you should go there and meet up with him.
Bob. I like Bob. Bobby.
But it's only like an 8-hour drive, right?
For me, it's probably more than that. Looks like Oklahoma, right? Where the fuck is it? Wanamaker?
Actually, there's supposed to be some storms coming through right now, but next weekend should be nice.
I'm like right here at the NRA show. I'm sleeping out front. I'm sleeping outside, man.
You're holding out for NRA?
Yep. Well, that's where I'm going to be at, man. I'm going to be selling t-shirt gun channels, unauthorized gun channels t-shirts.
Right on.
Also, I'll be selling a lot of good stuff, man. Good stuff. I got a lot of patches, a lot of stickers, stuff.
You got any of them loophole patches?
Nope. Never got those. I got old Generation 1 gun channels patches. The collector item ones.
Oh, the OG patch.
Yeah,
there might
the
be
OG.
those. I think we only got 50 of those.
I got the original Glock October ones. So I'll be there selling my patches. I don't know. I'm gonna go. You know what? I just realized my NRA membership has lapsed. So I have to
You better renew that shit. They're not going to let you in.
That is correct. And last, you gotta pre-register. That you gotta tell them you're going before you get there. So.
Well, that's for the candid photo with John LaPierre, right? Wayne LaPierre.
Yeah.
You got to, if you want to get the candid photo with LaPierre,
John
you got to pre-register. Is Dano going again this year?
Dano? I don't think so.
Or did he go to, he just went to Wanamaker in the fall, was that right? Yeah, that was right. That's where he saw LaPierre. So many events. So yeah, if you want a nice house in this part of town, you got to be willing to fork upwards of $1 million.
It's crazy.
The crazy thing is that a lot of people who've lived here for a long time still haven't realized.
All of the thoughts of pain in my shoulders so bad that like I can hear like a noise. It's like
They haven't realized just how valuable the property's become. They're living in the past, man. Got to keep up with the times. DB, where you at?
At the mall. It's fun at the mall. Just went to the mall. Chilling at the mall.
Do you have any dead malls in Atlanta?
We had one that's really far from here, though. That's completely dead. That's south of the city. Yeah.
see this website.
It's weird to see a dead mall, right?
This video I'm showing here, this website I'm looking at here. Like jellyfish going by. Space fucking laser show in the back. This guy who built this website, and that's his website right there, with this little cool spinny thing that says cribbage boards when you refresh it. Let's see, cribbage boards over here. Right? This guy says my video so
Cut out.
Yeah, I give you one of them leather biker patches.
Where's Bob at? Bob is with Catch, right?
Bob around?
Bob.
with Catch, but then Catch went back to the airport already. So technically,
Oh wow! So he just came to say hi real quick.
literally like about like 27 hours, I guess.
Wow. He had enough. He had enough of Bob. He was probably like, okay, Bob.
Too much
Bob.
America.
Okay.
Too much freedom.
Bob. Bob, I'm going on, Bob. Please, Bob. Please shut up, Bob. Bobby. Bob. Shit is real, son. A lot of people are coming to NRA. I think Marco.
Yeah. Pink. Moon.
Oh, Pink.
Moon going?
Moon ain't. Moon's not going.
Then Smeggy. See?
Smeggy. Oh my
I might
god.
even, if I don't fly down, I might even ride down with Marco for 8 hours.
Oh,
I told
shit.
everybody they could stay at your place for nothing, so thanks for that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Oh, wow.
900 and, what is it, 1,000 square feet. It's perfect.
That's like a square foot for each person that's going to show up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody, please, come stay with me. I am
Told
on,
Megan-
I'm
Megan-
off Bankhead Highway near the old club, what's TI's club? Club Crucial. I'm around the corner from Club Crucial.
Everybody shows up.
Off
They're like, this
Bankhead
is
Highway.
small.
Yep. I live in College Park, down by the airport. There's an apartment complex down there called, I'll get you the name. Don't worry. I'll be right there. I'll be waiting for you.
Decatur's or something? Decatur's?
Decatur is fucking... There's parts of Decatur that are nice. I'm sorry, there's not... The apartments down by the airport, there ain't nothing nice down there, man. That's where I'm trying to send people. Trying to send them there. Up, 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 up. It's the worst music in the world.
Are you in the club?
Yep, I'm dancing in this bitch, man. No, Decatur's nice, though. Some parts of Decatur are sketchy, but not a lot. Atlanta's cool.
Hey, G-Webs, you know what made of your shoot yesterday even better than of an international shoot? Can you guess what would have made your international shoot yesterday even better?
What?
Somebody from the islands.
Oh, the Jamaican guy. That would have been good.
Jamaica? That would be good because he has a lot of long range guns.
That guy's scary. Like, I'm just trying to figure out why you... I don't know. Why you Americans are crazy with guns, and why don't you like Hillary?
If Marvin was there with Mika and Bob, oh, what a time you would have had.
He'd have been like, look, Hillary is going to be the president. That's like the worst Jamaican accent ever. My Jamaican accents wind up sounding like a leprechaun. But you know what I mean.
I figured it was a Jamaican leprechaun.
No, it's like a pirate, you know what I mean? And that's their accent. It's really, they were founded, the island of Jamaica was founded by Irish pirates. So that's why they're so Irish. Oh, Irie! What was I going to say though? Yeah, I like that guy. He didn't remember when he was arguing with me one night about like why no one should carry a gun for any kind of reason other than like or no one should even need to carry a gun. He owns guns because they're fun and
you don't need to carry a gun.
Then he didn't realize he lived in the most dangerous place on the earth. He said, "Oh, but that's just poor people." Well, you're chilling then, dude. Poor people ain't coming to get you one day. You're food, man. One day. You're a sandwich to them.
I feel like he might even be in this chat.
Well, I'm not going to argue with him. I think he was right. I think anyone who carries is retarded. Stupid. Chances of anything. You're more likely to shoot yourself in the foot in your car.
I mean, his philosophy was somewhat valid. You know, buy a gun just to enjoy it, to go to the range and shoot it. And then you can work your way into other aspects of ownership. But right out of the box, you know, you're just going to be putting it on a bench and aiming it down range, learning the safety rules, and learning how to safely operate it, becoming comfortable with explosions, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, I'm sure we've all gone through that learning curve.
Yeah, I had a Ruger 1022 when I was a kid. I shot animals with that shit. Dogs, cats, birds. I was in it, you know, no one said it was okay. It's okay. I'm joking, man, but I had a whatchamacallit, I had a, you know, shooting bottles and shit. Nothing wrong with that. No, he just, you know, people are obsessed about America's. Did you see? There's a new meme like lately in the last month. There's a meme about like this is how Americans shake hands. Like this is how Americans write their name, and everything's like a dude with a gun in his hand. It's like the world's obsessed with what you know America's gun culture. You know, it's just fucking strange to everybody.
I don't know. That's still going to be like a paper. I mean, it might be what is it? Persistent in their media, but do we know if it's like literally the only thing they think about? I guess.
Oh no, and most of the people they're doing it as they're Americans. You've seen those memes lately? Like, this is how Americans go to sleep and shit. And this is how they eat. There'll be like a guy eating with his gun on the table or whatever.
But like a picture of somebody who actually Instagrammed, like, here's me eating lunch, and then they got their gun there as like a joke, or like one of those people that are like, I'm gonna lay on the couch and have a bunch of people put guns on me, and this is my freedom blanket, like one of those kind of.
Yeah, it depends on the meme.
Well, that's what I mean. So they don't create their own image. They're actually using actual images that somebody did because they thought it was funny. And then they're like going, hey, look, this is how.
No, so a lot of them they created images of like two guys like high-fiving, except with like, you know,
to make it
Glocks.
extra cheesy and whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Completely absurd.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying, are these here or are these international? Are these us making fun of ourselves, or are these foreigners saying it? You want to answer? Interesting.
No, I don't know, man. I'm saying it could be a both, I guess. It's because it says Americans, but I see a lot of Americans posting it, so I guess I would say both. But it's cool.
It's interesting how freedom means different things.
Like for you, freedom was dropping out with DB, going to wherever the hell you guys went together. We're not going to judge. A little odd, but we'll deal with it. We'll live with it. What was that all about? I guess everybody that's on phones gets phones at the same time.
Well, I was about to talk about freedom. So apparently freedom is under investigation. But yeah, it's interesting how different people have different views on freedom. A lot of the articles I've read by anti-gun columnists will reference the fact that if pro-gun people have the freedom to carry a gun, but anti-gun people have the freedom to walk safely in public. You know, the freedom to be safe, to be free of threat, free of injury or death. And it's an interesting concept that I tend to, you know, want to buy into. Yeah, I want to be free and safe and all that. And I can be, but I always take a certain level of responsibility for my own safety and arm myself to at least the minimal amount, just as a baseline for my own protection. And I mean, it's not that big of a jump or a leap of understanding when you look at the animal kingdom and you look at every single animal on the face of the earth has some form of self-defense mechanism.
Yeah, but we're not
predators.
We're not animals.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. What the hell? We are a king animal. And the fact that we have evolved to the point where our brains control our actions, on a thoughtful level, it just goes to show how much we can let our guard down and be comfortable about it and enjoy life and relax, Yeah. So it's kind of like the remora that just uses the shark for protection and just hangs out. And so we have our police and law enforcement and military to do that for us. But there's always a chance somebody bold can come up and nip the remora off the belly of a shark. And I'm sure that happens. And I'm sure the remora doesn't live its entire life attached to a shark either. There's definitely some point in its life where it's got to lay an egg and hatch and swim around for a while looking for a shark. Go from shark to shark. It's an interesting analogy. But a counter argument to the anti's argument of we should be free to walk around safely, free of gun violence, as they call it, is that, you know what? The more people who carry guns, the more people who protect themselves, the more people who take responsibility for their own safety, the safer it's going to be, and the less chance there's going to be for some random person to attack you. And the more chance you have of being free to be safe.
That's what I think.
I mean, look, I'm going to have to knock on wood right now, but look at our country and look how pro-gun we've become just this year, and how much we love our president and the freedoms that we enjoy. And, you're seeing record turnouts at these events. I went to a gun show a few weeks back and jam-packed. People were busting down the doors at 9 a.m. on a Friday. And Bob's out at Big Sandy. It's packed to the gills on a Friday. So, we're coming out of the closet as gun owners. And that, we're not afraid to exercise our freedom, and we're not afraid to be called out. We're not afraid to take responsibility. And you can trust us. The majority of us, you can trust. Now, there's always going to be criminals, and the criminals will always find a way. So those are the ones we need to focus in on and persecute. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I enjoy, what I enjoy most is being in a place where I have, most other people are armed, and I don't even have to exercise my rights if I don't want to, because I know there's everyone else can protect me. So I feel much safer in a carry, a shall issue carry state rather than a may issue carry state. And I have no problem with open carry. I see people open carrying when the police are called. I just had 2 police officers right outside my place for some issue with a neighbor. Not my issue. But yeah, they're carrying, hey, 2 cop cars, 2 guys with guns. Today's a safe day in front of my house. So, any average citizen who's law abiding, and most of us are, open carrying doesn't bother me. It's just safety. A gun stands for safety. It's literally analogous to a fire extinguisher or a first aid kit. So no word from Bob yet. He's probably chilling in the camper, waiting for the night shoot at this point.
It's funny. I was just reading the chat, and Robbie was saying he wanted me to ride my bike through the bad neighborhoods with houses for $20,000. Well, there are no houses for $20,000 in California. And those neighborhoods I was riding through were kind of marginal 10, 20 years ago. But there are still bad neighborhoods, and I could ride my bike through them. Maybe like on a Saturday night. And maybe we could run a chat through gun websites, and we could do super chat bids on which direction to turn, or find a scarier block. There's stuff that's within a few miles that's pretty dicey after dark. Although it's changing and it's getting better, it's still, I mean, I would actually have to go like 10 miles, let's just say 5 miles to get to like a place I would not go to after dark on a bicycle. But yeah, it's another option for the super chat. Take some bids. It's a good deal. You wouldn't see much at night. But yeah. Hey, Nice Strike, why don't you jump in here and liven things up?